I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. How about the Commanders? Winning cures everything, doesn't it? Commanders' hottest team in the NFL. 4 straight win after Sunday's 34-13 victory over Cleveland. 4-1 is a lot of fun. Thank you, Jaden Daniels.
I mean, obviously a lot of fun. I love playing football, and it makes it even better when you win in football games. But regardless, man, I'm just blessed to go out there and be able to play football.
Something JP was talking about, the opportunity maybe for Daniels this weekend. Look, it's a big game in Baltimore against the Ravens. You know, Baltimore, though, has the second worst pass defense in the NFL. Yes, they can run the football. Number 1 rushing, number 1 overall offense in the NFL. So can the Commanders, though. Commanders' second leading rushing team in the NFL, number 5 offense. And most importantly, Washington leads the league in scoring 31 points per game so far this season. The coaching news today in the NFL, first casualty of the year. New York Jets have fired their head coach Robert Saleh after a 2-3 start. Baseball playoffs continue. 2 NL games today, Phillies and Mets in New York. That starts just after 5 p.m. Dodgers and Padres tonight, 9:08 p.m. in San Diego. Both series even at 1 win apiece. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1 o'clock. Somebody stole my chapstick. Odds are it was a rooster. He was the last one in here. Landville, what do you think is more likely? Rooster stole my chapstick or that I lost it?
You lost it. Oh, looks like you found it.
I just found it.
So you're just falsely accusing the rooster for no reason.
I take it all back, Roost. My B. All right. We got a Baltimore fan on the line? I'm into that. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Here's my question, and I'm honestly posing it as a question. I don't know, and the odds are they probably can't slow down Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson and the Ravens' run game. The Ravens are first in the NFL in rushing the football. In 5 games, as a team, they have over 1,000 rushing yards. That's unbelievable. But, we have this image in our brains of what the Ravens are defensively. And so far this year, they haven't really been that. Overall, they're 26th in points allowed, 19th in yards allowed. Remember, they lost Mike McDonald from that coaching staff. They lost Anthony Weaver from that coaching staff. They obviously have some good players, and they're the Ravens, and they wear purple, and it's going to be in their building. But the question is relatively simple. Are you convinced Washington can or cannot keep up with Baltimore? Ray is calling us from Baltimore. What up, Ray?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, first and foremost, I love the show. It's an honor to get in. You and B-Miss got one of the hottest shows in the DMV.
Thanks, dude.
I listen every single day, and I just want to say that on the front end.
Appreciate that.
The mini rant I'm about to go on. You know, look, I got family in PG and DC, but the mini rant I'm about to go on is not directed to you or anybody else. It's to the callers that's calling in. You know, talking real spicy. Because here's the bottom line. I hear everything you're saying about the stats being what it is when it comes to the defense. You got a generational talent in Kyle Hamilton. You still got Roquan. You still got Nnamdi Madubuike. I mean, nobody's talking about Travis Jones. Even when you talk about the rushing game, you're not even talking about Justice Hill. You know what I mean? Like, and Rashad Bateman that's coming into his own. The bottom line is the vibe in Baltimore, Finley. I'm just gonna keep it 100 because we heard from Buffalo fans a couple weeks ago talking the same noise about coming in and stomping. We definitely heard it from Detroit fans last year. And that's the same vibes that a lot of fan base is. We heard the same kind of chirping from Detroit, and we ran them out the stadium by the third quarter. So I hope it's a good game. But at the end of the day, the vibe that's up here in the Charm City is, okay, it's going to be a good game. But, you know, every time teams come and talk, and they come to the bank and talk where it's going to be 70,000 people, man, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it's going to be another W. I love Jaden Daniels. I love it for the area. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, the champs of the millennium since 2000 is going to continue to be the Baltimore Ravens. That's all I got to say, Playboy.
A couple, if I may, and I appreciate the call, Ray. I appreciate the kind words. Ray hung up. The champs of the millennium are the Chiefs. They've won 3. I understand that Baltimore's won 2. I'm not trying to take that from them. That's the same amount the Giants have. There's also a team called the Patriots that have probably won 6. I have seen Valdez has talked about this, and I do think it's a reasonable claim. Matt Valdez is senior Ravens reporter for the Dundalk Times, and he's explained that what Baltimore does is they get teams that come in there that are hot, and they bully them. And Washington is not necessarily a young team because they did bring in a bunch of veteran free agents, but they're an inexperienced group together, right? Like this group from the front office to the 16th person on the practice squad, they've been together 5 months. Like they haven't been through the battles that a team like Baltimore has. And that could matter in a high pressure, lot of eyeballs game. I'm fully aware of that. But I don't know, man. My question is, can Washington keep up with Baltimore's scoring? Are all these calls clear? Are we good to go on everything? Because I got to start here. There's a dude named Michael Jackson on the line. Hello, Michael Jackson. Do you think...
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Let me start with this. I've been working here since the late 80s. I have love for the Skins. I'm not here to put down the Commanders, forgive me. And I love what Jaden Daniels is doing for the team, what the team is doing for the city right now, because it's been a long time since they had this kind of, not hope, but just a really good thing going on. I feel good about the team, and they're just doing the damn thing. So, you know, and it's good to know that listening to the post-game interview with your quarterback, and come to find out then that he and Lamar, they stay in touch with each other. You know, I don't know whether he mentors or they just good friends or whatever, but it's good. Like I said, it's good for the city that the Commanders are doing well, and I'm happy for that. But so I'm just really looking forward to a really good game, and I really like for them both to do well. So naturally, you know, home is where the heart is. So I want my Ravens to win, but I still want the Commanders to not just show up.
I appreciate the call. I appreciate you listening. Good luck making that left turn. Can you do me a favor and give me your best?
No.
No. Thanks, dude.
No.
Thank you, dude.
Uh-huh.
Jeff, do you want to give me one? Pretty good. Landini, you got one?
Michael Jackson was no fun, bro. I got one.
If your name's Michael Jackson, you got to lean into it.
Yeah,
I'm not asking you to moonwalk to the station, but give me a
Nah, I definitely want to see you moonwalk to the station.
I'll be honest, Jeff. I'm going to confess this. I'm going to left hand up. I don't think I'm a very good moonwalker. I could jaywalk.
JP, I wouldn't put it past you.
I could jaywalk well. What other types of walking are there? Regular walking I'm pretty good at. Not much of a moonwalker. Rick is in Bethesda. Ricky, can the Commanders score with the Ravens?
Most definitely, Jay-Z. Thank you for letting me on. Yeah, most definitely. The best defense that the Commanders have is Jaden Daniels. So with his ability, so all the first 5 teams that came against him, were, just like with Tampa when they blitzed him, just like with Cleveland when they were coming hard at him, and he handled all that. So the Ravens don't have anything on the other side. And then the other key factor is going to be the line. The line is playing and wearing people down, and with them rotating people in and out, they're staying fresh, but they're wearing the defense down. So, yeah, they can stay with them and, focus. Even if the defense focuses on Henry and focuses on Lamar, their receivers are not as good as the Commanders. The only one person I would be worried about is 43, which is, I believe, is Hill for them. Now, he's kind of like on the Eckler kind of
Justice
back.
Hill is a hell of a player. But can I ask you something? So you're not worried about Henry?
I'm not going to say I'm not worried, but because we have the tackles and we're rotating them in and out, I believe that I'm not saying he's not going to break off one, but if we're ahead and we're scoring, it doesn't matter how much he runs.
Okay. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you, bud.
Okay, bud.
I'm going to turn to the chief BS officer of the program here. Landfill, as a lifelong -2 years Burgundy and Gold fan, anyway, are you worried about Derrick Henry this weekend?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. Appreciate the honesty. Henry, through 5 games, has 572 yards and 6 touchdowns. His long run of the year is 87 yards. Oh, and by the way, he's 6'2", 250. So, kind of remarkable that he's capable of breaking the long ones. Last week in Cincy, 15 carries, 92 yards with a touchdown, broke a 51-yarder. 2 weeks ago against the Bills in an absolute beatdown, I believe that was the Sunday night game, 24 carries for a $199 and a touchdown, including an 87-yarder. 3 weeks ago at Dallas, 25 carries for 151 yards, 2 touchdowns, averaged 6 yards a pop, added a 23-yard reception in that game. Now, the Ravens did open 0-2. In those first 2 games, Henry did not go over 100 yards. In the opener against Kansas City, 13 carries for 46 with a touchdown. Second game, which was really kind of an eye-opening loss, they lost at home to the Raiders, 18 carries for 84 yards and a touchdown for King Henry. Derrick Henry also last week went over 10,000 rush yards for his career. All right. Joe is in Manassas. Joe, can the Commanders keep pace with the Ravens?
Yeah, what's up, JP? I love the show as always. And
Thanks,
definitely
buddy.
we can keep pace with the Ravens, man. Are you kidding me? The thing that is, like you said, they stop the run well, but Jaden does both well. He can run, he can pass. So I think we're going to air him out through the air. We're going to get him through the air. I definitely think we're going to get him through the air. Terry's going to have a big game. And I'm thinking Ertz, man, is going to have a big game as well.
Calling the Ertz shot. All right, there you go. I mean, Ertz gets a lot of targets, dude. I don't think kind of the high-end speed playmaking ability is necessarily still there for Zach, but he's sure-handed. He's second on the Commanders with 24 targets. Terry's first with 36.
And also across the middle, I think that's going to be huge to open up the outside. So across the middle, Ertz going across the middle is going to be huge to open
Those
up
like
some of those
slow drags
routes.
and crossers. Yeah, I'm with you, man.
Yep.
Thanks for the call, Joe.
Hey, JP, have a good day, bro.
You too, buddy. Let's go to Alexandria. You know that I went to Alexandria this weekend, Landfill? I don't know if you're aware of that. I went to Old Town, had a very nice time. Shout out to dude, people were asking me, Landfill. This is funny. You know the restaurant Landini Brothers? People were asking if that was your family because we call you Landini so frequently. So next time you go in there, be like, hey, I'm one of the brothers. John is in Alexandria. Hello, John. Can Washington keep up?
How we doing?
Good, buddy.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks for calling.
I was just saying that fortunate enough to get to go to both home games this year, and this past week, man, I was nervous. Felt like a trap game. Cleveland's defense was real legit, and after watching it, man, Jaden Daniels, Cliff Kingsbury, they're on the same page. I'm convinced that we are going to be able to score against anybody in this league. And also, I think Dan Quinn, man, has made this defense. It's taken a little bit of time, but I think this defense is better than we're even giving it credit for now. I know we got some weak secondary and et cetera, but I think it's all starting to come together, man. I'm nervous, but I'm excited to say the least.
Appreciate it, man. It should be a fun one. It should really be a fun one. Thank you, John.
Yes, sir.
All
I'm going.
A little bit of news here. We're able to get the stream back up and running. So if you like joining us on the YouTube, you can. Jeff, breaking news that, frankly, I couldn't care less about, but I'm going to say it. Timothy Park wants us to know that the Chicago Fire hire Greg Berhalter as head coach. Your take, Jeff.
Who?
Correct. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep talking about football, not the Chicago Fire hire Greg Berhalter. I think that's soccer. I think that's the old soccer coach of the national team, right? Who was terrible. Why would you hire that dude? Like, I'd rather hire Ted Lasso than that dude. Just to get us back on track, Landfill. I don't want to, I got distracted as I'm wont to do. Commander Tequila. Hello, Commander. Can the Commanders keep up with the Ravens?
Oh, yeah. We can keep up with the Ravens. They ain't a problem at all.
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate you. Phone lines remain open. 800-636-1067. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening NFL news today. First, coaching casualty up in the Big Apple. New York Jets have fired head coach Robert Saleh after a 2-3 start, 20-36 record, 3+ seasons there. That's a worst winning percentage for any head coach in Jets franchise history. No such issues in Washington anymore. Commanders 4-1, 4 wins in a row. Heading into the Battle of the Beltways this weekend, Sunday up in Baltimore, 1 p.m. kickoff Sunday against the Ravens. Big QB showdown, league MVP. Lamar Jackson against the possible future MVP, Commanders rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels. Right now, the Ravens early in the week, a 6.5-point favorite. The NHL season in North America starts today. We had the 2 overseas games in the Czech Republic over the weekend. Today, though, there's a triple header. First up, the Blues and Kraken play at 4:30 p.m. in Seattle. Caps don't have to get underway until this weekend. They play Saturday night home against New Jersey. Baseball playoffs continue. NL action today. Phillies and Mets in New York, 5:08. Dodgers and Padres, 9:08 tonight in San Diego. Both those series tied to 1 win apiece. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
No. Is it this Goo Goo Dolls also? Didn't Heavy Metal Chris try to claim they used to be a punk band? Do any of us believe him? This is about as soft rock, pop, VH1, pop-up video as it gets.
Heavy Metal Chris thinks everybody used to be a punk band.
Nailed it. Leadville, I haven't asked you yet. Phones are lit up. We're going to take phones the rest of the hour. Okay? I don't know what was on the sheet. I apologize. I know I always stick to the sheet. Right now, I'm not. Landini, you think this kid's can keep up with the Ravens? Just scoring?
I've convinced myself that they're going to win this game.
Wow.
Yeah. One of the things that we've seen from Lamar's time in the NFL is they kind of don't come back particularly well. And I think that the Commanders can get ahead early. And, then the defense will be able to sit back, understanding that they're going to pass, and I think they're going to win the game.
Wow.
I think they'll be able to stop them.
Is it possible the Ravens, with the crazy comeback over the Bengals? I kind of doubt it because they're like the talk of the NFL. But is it possible the Ravens have seen Washington's coming again? Who cares? We'll beat them.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, and I doubt it because of all the conversation. They are on the road at Tampa the following week, so I don't know that it's a trap game per se, but it is just, dude, they just came back from a road game. They've got the Commanders at home, then they got 2 more on the road. I don't know. The Ravens' track record suggests they don't get caught up in that stuff, but they lost to the Raiders at home. That just happened. Phone lines are lit up. Let's go to Tyler in Fredericksburg. What up, Ty?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Do you think
you know what?
Washington can keep up?
I think we will, honestly. Just like, and actually you brought up a great point that I also want to bring up as one of my points is, when the Ravens won in overtime against the Bengals, we smoked the Bengals. Derrick Henry, as you know, is getting up there in age, and, he had a couple good games. I have him as part of my fantasy team, so I keep a pretty close track on that. But as well as our defensive has improved, especially stopping the run, if we're able to corral Derrick Henry and definitely keep Lamar Jackson under wraps and and really force him, which he's gotten better at passing as well over the years, but he's not as good as a passer compared to Jaden, even though, yes, Jaden has small sample size the last few games, but I think it's going to come down to a little bit of a shootout, but just like these last few games we played, if we're up by 20, 30 points and we start, coasting, quote unquote, in the run game, I think we're going to keep it alive. I think we're going to be sitting real pretty during the game. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, Ty. Thank you. Can I give an early bleep you? I know it's Tuesday and not Thursday, but may I? Listen, hosting a radio program, this ain't brain surgery. Like, we're not saving, at-risk youth here. But you do have to be a little bit locked in. Especially B is gone, so it's just me. Jeff's got me back up on the stream. My hair looks great, I'll add. But, I got to kind of pay attention here. You know what you don't need? So my man D. Shea is asking in the stream, who's poking JP? You know what you don't need while you're solo hosting, trying to handle the phones, trying to handle a lot of things, is to get tickled. What kind of man tickles another man, Jeff? Anthony Haney, who I appreciate, I respect. Anthony Haney is a friend of mine, just walked in and tickled me in the middle of a segment. I feel like this should be a tickle-free zone. This should be a safe space, anti-tickling zone, especially from another dude. Another dude as skinny as freaking Anthony.
You're Tickle Me Finley.
What the hell is going on here?
Why he walk in here and say, "Oh, y'all on air"?
Yeah, what do you think's happening? And I'm gonna ask you a real question. You think I spend a single extra minute in this chair than I have to? You think I'm sitting in this damn chair if I'm not on the air? You just walk around tickling people? Is that your thing? Landfill, when's the last time you tickled another man?
I mean, it's been a while.
Jeff? Who knows what Jeff's up to?
I don't tickle men.
I tickle my daughters.
Aunt
My
likes to tickle
5-year-old loves
people.
getting tickled. My 5-year-old daughter tickles me. She's my kin, and she's 5. Anthony, why the hell did you just walk in here and tickle me? Yeah, she's that old. Give him your mic, Jeff, and explain yourself. Why are you out here tickling dudes?
Hold on. Let me get the headphone on. You can hear me, JP?
I hear you, buddy. The stream saw you tickle me too.
Yeah, so I just thought to, catch you off guard. I know you didn't see me. I saw you.
Sure.
So, I just crept up right behind you and try to poke you in the side. And this is typically what I do to my younger brother. He's 18 now. But when he was younger than me, or I guess when we lived together, that's how I would beat him up and bully him a little bit. So
well,
I'm not gonna say I was bullying you.
You guys were related.
Yes.
Let's start there.
Yes.
Lived in the same home. Now, you and I are friends. I don't want to act like we're not friends.
Uh-huh.
In hindsight, do you wish you hadn't tickled me live on the radio?
Nah.
So you're a known tickler.
Yes.
I think you have to let people within 500 yards of your home know that. You can't just go around tickling people.
I'll let you know.
And
everybody knows that.
I'll give you a chance at redemption here. Do you think the Commanders can keep up the scoring with the Ravens?
Keep up the scoring with the Ravens? I think if they are as aggressive as they were against the Bengals, I think that a team like the Ravens, you have to score touchdowns. You can't settle for field goals. I think you got to be aggressive. And if you are, I think you'll have a chance, be in the game. But ultimately, I think the Ravens will win this game.
That's Ant Haney. Check him out on the Hoffman program or wherever dudes that tickle other dudes hang out. Let's get back to the phone lines. That was a bizarre 5 minutes. Listen, I'm a fan of the Hoffman program. I might have to call in and make sure Craig knows what happened here. Craig is a believer in civil liberties. Mine were possibly violated. If we had an HR department, I might take it up with them. It's possible Darius is in charge of HR. Jeff thinks he's the right guy for the job because he runs a Madden league. Did I miss anything there, Landfill?
I think that's pretty much it, but we're all in agreement with Ant here. I think we need more tickling of JP.
No. Toothpick is on the line. Pick, can the Commanders keep up with the Ravens?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, JP. Listen, first off, Jay, I'm going to say this. Ant is an outstanding young man, and if he felt like you needed to be poked, you needed to be poked. So Just go with it.
Damn, the people are backing up the tickler. I'm the aggrieved party.
No, JP. No, JP. You're not aggrieved at all. You're a fella that needs to be poked every now and again. Just like
this is like when Bishop had to dream about me and people yelled at me. I'm the aggrieved party.
No, listen, Jay. The Ravens are the bullies, right? And they used to punching people in the mouth. Well, you got an offense that comes in that's aggressive, and they like to run the ball just as much as the Ravens do. The question is, can we keep up the scoring with them? I'm with Landfill. We going up to Baltimore, and we about to beat them.
Damn, people are feeling good. Ravens are a pretty good football team. Thank you, Toothpick. Appreciate you, pal. Let's clean out these calls so I don't get yelled at for Jeff. Don't take any more, but we're going to take these last two. Okay, I'm gonna try to get us out on time. Not my strength. Apparently, like getting tickled. Jamal is on the line. Jamal, can Washington keep up with the Ravens?
What's going on, JP? We definitely can keep up with them, man. Like, this right here is big. Everybody knows that this is the Mo's versus the Yo's. If you know, you know, man. And we got another one against them with Lamont and Tank, and I don't think that one going to go in our favor. So this one, we got to go get. So I feel like if we can keep B-Rob healthy, I think he's going to play because he see McNichols, McMichaels, whatever. We all see him. That guy's the reason B-Rob didn't miss that game. If he didn't show out the way he did, B-Rob was like, yeah, you know what? I see that guy. That's the reason my guy Eckler got back from that concussion fast, too. So we have a great running back room that I feel we're going to lean on, and that's going to lead us to a victory. I think we're going to win the game 27-24. Washington Commanders. Thanks for taking my call.
Great call. Thanks, Jamal. Yo, people are optimistic, man. If you look at the betting, if you look at where the action is, it's early in the week, too. This is all probably going to stabilize over the course of the next couple of days. The tickets are about split. Early action, Commanders, Ravens. But the cash is all on Washington, getting 6.5. That could mean a few things. It could mean there's some real sharp money, some big money plays on the Commanders. It could just mean there's more people making generally bigger plays here. Last call of the day, my man Rusty. Can Washington keep up with Baltimore?
What's up, JP? How you doing today? And I knew that you would get me on the radio after I just got done rolling up 1,200 foot of hose. So,
whoa, pause, dog.
Yeah,
you got 1,200 hose.
I own a power washing company. So
sweet. Come by the house.
But anyway,
the backyard.
Yeah,
can use it.
It's a little bit of a ride. But anyway, we can definitely keep up with the Ravens. And I actually threw a tweet out last night that said, "I'm the only happy person on the group text. I never thought it would be that way." I got a group text with some Bears fans, a Jets fan, Eagles fan, stuff like that. But I told the group text last night, I said, hey, I think we can beat the Chiefs. I was just watching them last night, and I mean, yeah, they are the champs until they're not the champs, they're the champs. But I think that we can compete with any team, and that includes them. Now, what I have to say to the other guy who's probably listening and had to hear all these people say that the Ravens are going down is that you named all these people that we're sleeping on. Did you forget about Jeremy McNichols? Did you forget about Austin Eckler, who nobody wanted? Did you forget about Zach Ertz, who's, 39 years old or whatever he is? Did you forget
39.
about – that was, a stretch. Did you forget about Brandon Coleman, who's a rookie left tackle? Did you forget about Tyler Biadasz, who, by the way, is kicking ass up and down the field?
Sure.
Like, let's talk about the guys on the burgundy and gold that nobody's talking about. Yeah, Jaden gets all the love, and he should. DQ gets all the love, and he should.
Rusty,
good Lord, how?
If I may, so you're calling in ahead of the Ravens game, Commanders-Ravens, to not only say you're not worried about Baltimore, you think it's time to go to Kansas City and beat the Chiefs' ass? Is that where we're going here?
I'm not going to put anybody in front of the game that's the current game, but I'm to a point now, a fan of this team for 41 years. I am to the point now where I feel like we can compete and beat any team in the league.
Rusty, you're like ludicrous. You got hosed. Thanks for the call, buddy.
302.
I got this tweet from Chester Eubanks. He said, remember, Baltimore had trouble with the Bengals. Without that bad hold, Baltimore probably doesn't win. If you want to play the same opponent's game, it's kind of interesting because Washington went out there and looked really pretty damn good. But Baltimore did kind of have to. They were down 10. They came back. You deserve credit anytime you come back. Should be a hell of a ball game this weekend. You know what else should be a hell of a ball game? Caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to the Africa Cup 2024, Saturday, October 12th, DC United versus Asante Kotoko SC at Audi Field. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. 'Cause I'm already standing on the ground. Just got this from Zebra Sports Next Gen Stats. Jaden Daniels was looking for receivers downfield against the Browns. His average intended air yards mark at 12.1 was the fourth highest in the NFL, and his average completed air yards mark, 10.7, was the highest in the NFL for Week 5. He was the only quarterback in Week 5 to have an average completed air yards mark of over 9 yards. That's pretty legit. Also legit, Jeff's doing like 100 things right now, so I'm not going to make fun of him, Linville. I'm just going to be fair to Jeff. Let's do her to here first. All right. All right. Grant and Danny coming up next. Tomorrow, we'll all be out in Ashburn, Virginia. We'll hear from Dan Quinn. We'll hear from Jaden Daniels. Should be exciting as everybody's kind of gearing up for Ravens Commanders Week 6. What a ball game this is shaping up to be.
We're talking to Byron Leftwich tomorrow.
We are talking to Byron Leftwich tomorrow. That'd be
noon.
Awesome. Noon. That's dope. And we've been doing the power ranks so long, and we do the same ones that dude Eric Edholm writes them every week. We finally get Eric on the show tomorrow.
Finally got Eric on. He's on at 1.
That'd be great. Talking to Byron Leftwich will be phenomenal. He's obviously a DC guy. He's obviously an NFL quarterback. He's coached at a really high level. I can't wait to hear what Leftwich thinks about Jaden Daniels. Now, without further ado, Jeffrey.
Okay, I was trying to settle in here. JP, what did you take?
I'm trying real hard not to make fun of you because I know you just had to deal with the tickets.
Yes.
It's the 4th hour of our show.
Yes.
We have 2 minutes remaining, and you just said I'm trying to settle in here.
JP,
Usually
I just had
like the first
I
segment.
just had to deal with conversation from you, Wendy, and Landfill while answering 2 phone calls, putting in the goddamn ticket winner, and operating the stream.
I'm just saying.
I had to settle back for the segment, I should say, not the show.
B. Mitch lost, Jeff lost, me and you won.
Boom.
B. Mitch lost because he had the Yankees in a parlay.
Yeah, and Jeff lost
took the
because
Saints.
he took the Saints.
Yeah. All right. So,
what
are we doing for B?
B gets an L.
Give him a fat L for tomorrow because he could have definitely left us with a bet.
But he didn't.
I did just get an anonymous text from a friend of mine that's driving on 28 and got off at Waxpool Road. And he texted me, I just saw the bubble from the highway. Just saying.
You
Because
can see it from the
everyone
highway.
does.
You can see it from the highway. Anyway, I'm taking the Mets plus 1.5. If you're on 28 and you're going north, you can see the bubble before you get on the left-hand exit to go onto Waxpool.
Yeah.
You can see the bubble.
You go by Wegmans, it's right past Wegmans.
It's actually easier to see the bubble from 28 than it is from the overpass.
Ooh, guess what, boys? Where's Denton? Is he still around? Denton.
I think Denton ran away.
Left.
You know what we
Give
got
me the
tonight?
Dodgers.
Liberty?
Liberty. Nice. We got football tonight. And I don't care what it is. Liberty versus Florida International. I don't know where either the one's in Virginia, one's in Florida. Give me Liberty. Give me liberty or give me death. Shout out to Patrick Henry. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Nick Ackridge for joining us. Thank you to Chris Russell for joining us. His show starts in minutes on the Team 980. B. Mitch is back tomorrow. We will be live in Ashburn, Virginia. Grant and Danny coming your way next. They got Austin Eckler at 5, I believe. Austin Eckler at 5. Nobody go anywhere. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a giant stain on your hoodie.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's October 8th, 2024. We are taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. Appreciate everybody listening to this show as always. We've got a great one planned for you. ESPN analyst Louis Riddick, who's been very high on Jaden Daniels from Jump Street, joins us in 1 hour at 3. Caps defenseman John Carlson stops by as they get ready to open their season on Saturday night. They've got a huge 50th celebration party planned for Thursday that Carlson will be at. We'll talk to him about that in 2 hours when he joins us at 4. By the way, we're giving away tickets to the Caps and the Stars 9 days out on Thursday night next week, right at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz when Carlson joins us. And at 5 o'clock, because it's Tuesday, our usual appointment every week with Austin Eckler. If you have not heard that interview, it's getting rave reviews. He is outstanding.
He's so good.
He will be with us, presented by IT Cadre, coming up in about 3 hours right here on G&D. This is about as good a Tuesday rundown as you're going to find.
Well, 3, 4, 5, heart of the order type shtick right there. I love that. The only thing I have to report before we get into the regular meat of the show, I had a horrendous case of the hiccups earlier today. And I wasn't near, because you know my foolproof method where you have to drink and then swallow upside down, right? Which gets rid of the hiccups.
You're a believer in that? Yeah. I don't really buy it, but I know you swear by it.
Yeah, because it works. It's 100% effective every time. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. But I wasn't near a place where I could do that. So I had to grin and bear it. I held my breath. That didn't work. I tried to think about something else that didn't work because every, whatever it is, 28 seconds on the dot, it's like one of those terrible hiccups. You know, those old guy ones? I had those.
The cartoon character hiccups.
Yeah, it was just horrendous. And I finally got myself near a chair where I could do my hang upside down move and drink and instantly gone. But I had a good 15-minute run of bad hiccups. That's my story.
It is Tuesday, which means Commander Survivor on Grant and Danny. You are going to Facebook. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny to vote a player off the island, to give a player immunity. Last week, you kicked Deron Payne off the island. So this season so far, already eliminated Emmanuel Forbes, De'Ami Brown, John Allen, Deron Payne in the 4 games Washington have played to this point. Both of the premier D tackles on this team. Among the 4 players.
And how about that, by the way?
Asked to pack their bags in the first month of the season. Brian Robinson came into today immune for his efforts this past week. Doesn't need immunity because he scored 2 touchdowns on 7 attempts in the first half before he got shut down at halftime playing with a banged-up knee. But today, you're voting these players available, right? Somebody goes home, somebody gets immunity. Robinson can't get it 2 straight weeks. So still alive on offense, looking for immunity and hoping not to be sent home. Jaden Daniels, Austin Eckler, who joins us at 5 o'clock. Terry McLaurin, coming off 100 yards, did have a lost fumble and a drop touchdown. Zach Ertz, who nearly lost a fumble, was saved by replay assistance. Brandon Coleman had a strong game at left tackle. Myles Garrett didn't have a single stat. Not one.
0 stats other than snaps, meaning he was on the field, but you wouldn't have known it.
Coleman's in a timeshare, played about 50% of snaps. And then Sam Cosmi. Cosmi did have a penalty, I believe, but mostly was pretty good. Gave up, it wasn't a penalty. It was the early sack that he got beat.
That's right.
By Zadarius Smith that I'm thinking of. Defensively, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, Benjamin St. Juste, Quan Martin, Jeremy Chin, and then Austin Seibert, the kicker, is still around. Seibert was perfect again. Wagner had a big game. Louvu had 2.5 sacks, may have been the best player on the field for Washington. St. Juste did nice job in coverage against Amari Cooper, so those guys should all be safe. But it's your vote, not ours. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny.
Pretty easy vote for me this week. I'll reveal who I voted for later on, or you could find out yourself by going to Facebook.com/Grant and Danny.
Who you sending home?
This person on offense had 8 targets, but only 2 catches. A couple drops, a couple balls that absolutely 100% should have been caught that weren't.
Zach Ertz?
Yes.
Okay, you're sending Zach Ertz home, and you're giving immunity to, I'm thinking it's either going to be Jaden Daniels, although Daniels probably didn't have as good a performance as Louvu did. Louvu should get immunity, or Bobby Wagner for me.
It's Frankie Louvu. That's the Frankie Louvu game. When I think of the Frankie Louvu game this year, I'm going to think of the Cleveland game where he did everything. What didn't you do? He didn't serve popcorn to section 300. That's the only thing he wasn't able to do on Sunday. And I'm not going to hold it against him because he did everything on the football field.
If Robert Saleh wants to serve popcorn in section 300,
he'll be able to.
He is now available to do that. He was fired today by the New York Jets. I did not see this coming. After a London game with another game coming up against Buffalo, a big game, by the way, this week. Now, Tuesday's the off day in the National Football League. Mostly players are not even in the facility unless they're getting some treatment. They're at home. But he got to work studying the film, doing the things he normally does, walking to his office first thing this morning, and he got intercepted before he got to his door to sit down at his desk, and he was told he was meeting with ownership, Woody Johnson, Chris Johnson, his brother. They promptly dismissed him. He's been fired. They have elevated defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich, who is a Saleh disciple. Saleh was 5 games into year 4. He was 20-36 as the head coach of the New York Jets. Back-to-back 7-win seasons the last 2 years. Last year, obviously, they lose their quarterback Rodgers in the opener, so they wanted to give him a shot with Aaron Rodgers. And he and Rodgers have been butting heads. I mean, that is the worst-kept secret in the league, mostly behind the scenes, but occasionally publicly as well. You've seen some weird interactions. We talked about the press conferences last week where Rodgers went after Saleh for not basically coming down on the linemen for jumping offsides on false starts, rather saying that Rodgers needs to clean up his cadence. There was the weird interaction on the field where Saleh went to give him a hug and Rodgers kind of shoved him away. To me, this is pretty obvious. Aaron Rodgers runs that team. They went and made the deal with the devil, and maybe that's not the right phrase here, but they brought in the 40-plus-year-old quarterback who wants to run the show, who was angry in Green Bay because they wouldn't let him run the show. They said, here you go, sir. Here's your organization. Take us to the Super Bowl. And forgetting for a moment that Rodgers has really struggled and not playing well, it's been a disaster mostly. Like Saleh's defense is number 1 in the NFL right now. The offense is 27th. Saleh fired. Rodgers is going to continue to start and probably try to bring in his buddy Devontae Adams next.
Yeah, easier to get rid of one than the other at this point, right? Just given contracts. I felt like his days were numbered when he said maybe Rodgers has to change his cadence or clean up his cadence, whatever that was. I thought that was the most wrong thing anybody has ever said at a podium. Like the weapon that he has. Now, Aaron Rodgers, I'll get to Aaron Rodgers in a second, remains a lot to deal with. He's first team all, a lot to deal with. He's the captain. He'd like to own the team as well. He's a lot to deal with. But that's still a weapon. That cadence and that thing has gotten more free plays than anybody at an arcade in human history. I mean, that is a thing that needs to be emphasized and utilized. And when he said, yeah, maybe I got to clean up the cadence, wrong. Days are numbered as far as I was concerned.
That wasn't the first time either. Remember in mini camp.
That excused absence, unexcused absence thing, yeah.
When Rodgers was in Egypt, I think it was. We didn't know that at the time. But instead of just coming up to the podium and lying to everyone for the betterment of either your relationship with Rodgers or just to not create drama, like let's not even make it that he had to put Rodgers over or make him look good, but just to avoid in a major media market where every molehill is a mountain.
Everything's a thing.
He came up to the podium and was like, yeah, it's an unexcused absence. He'll be here when he wants to be here. And it made Rodgers the bad guy in that situation. Now, I'm not pretending like he's a victim. He chose to go to Egypt.
Right, he is the bad guy.
On one of the few times that he should have been at the office working with his team where it's mandated all offseason. But that was a choice that Saleh made that clearly damaged their relationship. You got to know who you're working with. Rodgers is a giant pain in the ass who wants to be appealed to and appeased and told how good he is all the time, and he doesn't want you pushing back and bristling. Like, he wants you to do it his way. So if you're going to play games with Aaron Rodgers, you're going to get the horns every now and then. So between that comment and then the podium discrepancy, we need to do something different with snap count, and then Rodgers saying, or we could just hold guys accountable. You knew this thing was rotten from the inside out.
Yeah, so I did not expect you land on the plane from coming home from London, and then the first day you come back to work, you're gone.
I was stunned when I saw this today.
I thought he was going to get fired because they just don't look right.
But you thought at the end of the year, right? Like,
no, sometime during the season.
Oh, so you thought they'd continue to play like crap and he'd get fired?
Yeah.
That was definitely a possibility. I guess for me, I hadn't really thought about it beyond. I didn't think it was this right now.
Like I did not have right now. I'm not some sort of seer.
I also don't think Saleh is a great coach. Again, he's 20-36 overall. He has not gotten the quarterback situation correct, which is not all his fault. He has not gotten the OC situation correct, which certainly recently has nothing to do with him because you're basically placating Rodgers by going and getting Nathaniel Hackett. Having said that, though, Danny, you hired a defensive-minded head coach. He is the defensive leader of the building, right? He is the head of the snake on defense. And since the moment he was hired, they are number 1 in points per drive. They are number 1 in EPA per play defensively. He gave you a great defense.
Yep.
Now, your GM, Joe Douglas, has to pick players on offense that make plays. Your decision at quarterback has to work. I'm not saying his hands are clean here, but when you hire a defensive-minded head coach, if they give you a great defense, they kind of did the thing that they do. Like the guy you hired walked through the door.
Mhm.
And if you want to blame him for the quarterback situation, because that's partially on him too, no problem. But I guess my point is when you hire defensive minded, you better get quarterback right, because if you don't, it cannot work.
So they are there's some things that aren't necessarily, I don't know if it's on Salah, I don't know if it's on Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if it's on Nathaniel Hackett. I don't know what I don't know. I do know this. Breece Hall was excellent. I promise you that's a good running back.
Are we sure?
Yes.
Because I was sure before the year. His numbers are awful.
They're atrocious. Brian Baldwin had a great breakdown of this where there is just on a play that should be getting 5, 6, 7, 8 yards, there are dudes in the backfield that are ruining it. Like their run game is broken.
They're the worst run team right now in the NFL statistically.
And they're among the worst run teams that I've watched. I mean, they can't do it.
And that's with Breece Hall and Braylon Allen, both of whom are, you would think, I think we feel like, are really good.
Yeah. Breece Hall is explosive, can do a little bit of everything. He's got a little I'm trying to think of the guy. Why am I blanking on his name? Held out for a year, Pittsburgh Steelers running back.
Bell.
Yeah, he's got some Le'Veon Bell to it. The way he doesn't glide the same way, but has that kind of little bit of elusiveness. Breece Hall can play. He's averaging 3 yards a carry.
Let me ask you a question, though. Why is he averaging 3 and their other running backs are averaging more? I'm not saying he is the problem, but like Braylon Allen before this past week, I think was at 5 yards.
Yeah, he's at 4.5.
Still in the mid 4s. That's a pretty big discrepancy.
It's a large discrepancy. I think it's early game. It's first down. Let's do the thing. Hand it to Breece Hall is getting stuffed. Listen, I haven't gone carry for carry, but remember those years where Washington's starting running back was pretty pedestrian, then Chris Thompson's averaging 5 yards a carry on draws and getting better looks. Who knows what's true? But Allen runs hard, and I like him too. But Breece Hall's a stud. Be that as it may, they're broken right now. And instead of firing everybody or firing everyone on the offensive staff or doing something to try to fix this, they're going just for the head of the snake to see if maybe that gives them a jolt. But if your evaluation of the Jets is they're a pretty talented team with some good pieces, their season's slipping away. Like they're 2-3 and probably should be worse than that. Like they don't look good at all. Their
and
offense
they played
stinks.
Buffalo this week.
Yeah.
Which is a nice little one-way ticket to 2-4, perhaps.
Right.
Now I think you give them a little bit more of a chance because of that seemingly locked in dead cat bounce. Doesn't mean you always win, but when a team fires a coach in season, that next game is almost always better than the several that precluded it. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's why the term has been coined, right? I mean, you look at anytime there's a major change. I mean, Carolina's back to being terrible, but the first day it wasn't Bryce Young. Everybody's skipping free in the fields, and their offense was the best in the sport that weekend. Now they've regressed back to the mean, and Andy Dalton's doing Andy Dalton things. But that happens when a coach, everyone's like, ding dong, the witch is dead. We feel better about ourselves now, and we go out and play a little bit better.
If I'm a Jets fan, or if I'm in that front office, this move at least gives me hope that something will change. Doesn't mean Salah was the whole problem. Frankly, the problem is the offense.
Yes.
I mean, the problem is unequivocally and irrefutably when they have the football, not when they're defending. They're great when they're defending. This changes nothing. Nathaniel Hackett's still Nathaniel Hackett. They need Rodgers, who threw 3 picks, mostly bad picks in a bad performance in London, to play a lot better. None of that changes when you fire Robert Saleh. But you're just hoping for a momentum-shifting goalie pool, basically. Like when the team is playing like crap, maybe the goalie isn't 100% of the problem. He let up a soft goal or two. You've given up 5 goals after 25 minutes or something. But you pull the goalie because it just rattles everybody's cages a little bit, and you start to walk a little straighter, a little narrower. They got the Bills this weekend. If they win that game, they're in first place. You get that.
Yeah.
I don't mean you specifically, but think about this. Buffalo's lost 2 in a row. The Dolphins are dead. The Patriots are awful. They might be going to Drake May here in the next week or two. It's there for you if you can just be okay on offense. And I think maybe this is let's just see if we can motivate people to be a little bit better on that side of the ball.
Yeah, this is one of those it's worth a shot type moves, right? Again, it's unfair. It's why the head coach makes so much money. It's why he's in charge. So you get this, we can't fire 15 people. We're not getting rid of Aaron Rodgers. There's not only so much we can do. Our hands are pretty tied. Before this thing slips away, let's try to do this now and try to get this thing on the right track. I don't know if it's going to work long-term or not, but I'm surprised it was today. I thought they'd go another couple of weeks. They'd be middling. And if their eval is we're too talented to be this bad, then yeah, get rid of the culture setter, that the head coach. But this is basically, to me, a tug of war between Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh that Aaron Rodgers won.
I'm taking a 3-second video midway through a several-hour road trip, but man, do the Packers look like they did the right thing right now. The way the Jordan Love development is gone, siding with basically Gutekunst and LaFleur, letting Rodgers walk. And contrarily, man, does it look like some teams dodged some bullets who let the Jets be the team to get into the Aaron Rodgers business. But Saleh fired today. Pretty stunning news out of the NFL. We're getting ready in D.C. for the Commanders and the Ravens this weekend. The two highest scoring offenses, Danny, in the National Football League this year. Think about that. And we've been talking a lot about the record 4-1 and how good the Commanders have been. They are must-see appointment television. They've scored 155 points this year, most in the league. The Ravens at 147, second in the NFL.
And they're doing it in similar yet, to each other, but different ways than a lot of the rest of the league is, right? I mean, these are the 1-2 rush offenses and, cue all the run the dang ball. See, we told you guys, claiming victory about that. I'd point to some pretty prolific passing totals and some really efficient passing totals for Jaden Daniels. And, Lamar Jackson threw for almost 400 this past week. But
yeah, they're the best two running offenses, to your point, in the league. The numbers are the Ravens averaging 211 a game. The Commanders averaging 178. Nobody else is at that threshold. But, I always say points don't come from the running game. Well, number one, these teams are putting that theory to the test, obviously. But a lot of the points, you think about Washington, a 66-yard pass, a 41-yard touchdown dropped into the bucket, right? The deep shot 55 yards to McLaurin sets up a rushing touchdown. The explosiveness in the passing game for these two teams coming, to your point, from the top two running games in the league.
Absolutely. So, it's certainly unconventional, but this is kind of the modern way to do it, right? Everyone would love to have a Tom Brady or Peyton Manning patting the football and let's just go 5 wide and sling it all over the place. Well, the next best thing is this cheat code of an athletic quarterback that even when you're wrong, you're right. And they mirror each other in a lot of ways. Baltimore further ahead. Obviously, this has been a group that every time Lamar Jackson is healthy, they win 65, 70% of their games, win 11, 12, 13, 14, sometimes 15 games. They've been excellent. And they got off to kind of their, a middling start. Washington is off to a rip-roaring start. This is the matchup of the week.
Top two dual-threat quarterbacks in the league. Daniels has run more than any other quarterback 57 times. Jackson second on that list with 53. Daniels, if you're looking at how they get to their rushing totals, Jaden Daniels scrambles a lot more on passing plays. He's back, especially when pressured. We can go into these numbers later. But he turns passing plays into quarterback runs a lot. Whereas the Ravens actually design a lot more runs for Lamar Jackson. And that's been the big difference. Daniels, 28 scrambles, 9 more than anybody else in the league, and 11 more than Lamar Jackson. But it's the scheduled, planned runs for Lamar that has him number 2 to Daniels within 4 runs this season in terms of attempts at quarterback. Pro Football Talk came out with their power rankings just a few minutes ago. They've got Washington 5, by the way. I've seen them 5
Holy
in
hell.
2 different rankings today.
I have a reaction. No one can see my face unless you're on YouTube.
We are streaming live, by the way, on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, in addition to being live coast to coast on the Odyssey app and all over town on 106.7.
I'm doing that thing when I don't have an explanation. My wife asked me, why'd you do that? I just kind of, I can't believe it.
Palms up.
It makes sense, right? I mean, they're prolific offense and improving defense. Everything seems to be going swimmingly. They belong there. I don't know what to do.
So I actually want to dive into this with you right now. And we can open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this as well at 800-636-1067. Where are the Commanders ranked for you right now? I don't need the specific number necessarily, but maybe the better way to put it is, how many teams can you make the case, can you say are actually definitely better than Washington? What is an unreasonable thing to say in terms of where they could rank among the power rankings in a league where there are just 2 5-0 teams and they're 4-1 and have the best offense? 800-636-1067. We'll get into that next. Louis Riddick at 3, John Carlson at 4, Austin Eckler at 5. Going to be a heck of a show. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We may be excited for the start of the football season. However, we all know folks around us may have lost a friend or family member recently. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondori and Murad, can guide you through the difficult probate administration process. They'll help bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate. Schedule a free consultation with their probate and estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It's a Survivor Tuesday, facebook.com/Grant and Danny to vote a commander off the island based on their performance on Sunday against the Browns and to give a player immunity. I think there's plenty of options when it comes to immunity after a game like the one they played against the Browns. Louis Riddick's on the show in 30 minutes. ESPN analyst, very, very high on Daniels since before the draft. Looking forward to talking to him on this show. Danny, the question is, how many teams are better right now than the Commanders? And I think the way to answer that is complicated based on whether or not we want to make this solely on these 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you account for expectations coming in, recency over the last few years, kind of lifetime achievement? Because I'll give you the example. In other words, right now, this moment, the Lions or the Commanders. Well, the Lions through 5 weeks have not been as impressive as the Commanders, but they were really good last year. Were an NFC Championship game team a year ago, have Super Bowl expectations. They're a better bet to still be in the mix at the end of the NFC playoffs this year. But is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about who through 5 weeks has played the best football?
Then Washington is higher on the list if it's the second criteria. So I'll give you another example. San Francisco, they're 2-3. Are you 100% sure with a lot of pelts on the wall there in San Fran where they get right and they go to NFC title games and Super Bowls every other year, it seems like? How sure are you that they're dead in the water? Right now, they've played, what, the 17th or 18th best in the NFL? But there's some pedigree, some track record here, whereas this is all very new for Washington. So it's always that's kind of that subjective measure, right? Where it's hard to figure.
So people can do whatever they want with their rankings. What I am doing here when I answer this question is I am looking through a very small, narrow window at just 5 weeks of football.
Like, so take names out of it, take cities, circumstances. Who's played the best football?
Organization does not matter.
Mhm.
Jersey being worn doesn't matter. It's a blind ballot, so to speak. And my evaluation began at 12:59 East time before week 1, let's say, right? And by way of that metric right now, I would say the Commanders have been more impressive than the Chiefs, who are 5-0.
Yeah.
The Commanders have been more impressive than the Lions, who are 4-1. The Commanders have been more impressive than the Texans, who are currently ahead of them in the Pro Football Talk rankings as well. In fact, the only team probably I would have ahead of Washington, just based on these 5 weeks, is the Minnesota Vikings at 5-0. And I say that after the Vikings just played their most pedestrian game. But I do remember that the Commanders in week 1 were pretty disastrous, and it was a fairly disgraceful effort, even for a team under a new staff. But is that the way we should be looking at it? Like, does that work for you?
It's helpful. That's a data point, right? Versus, big picture, who's going to be good in a couple of weeks, who's shown enough, who's going through it right now. Like, Buffalo is really good. Now, they lost this past week, and they've lost 2 straight. I'm going to bet on them to have, double-digit wins and be a factor in the AFC postseason when it comes to it, right? Same with Baltimore, same with Kansas City. We all know this. Kansas City is the weirdest 5-0 team ever where they don't have much prolific. And are you sure Juju Smith-Schuster is going to be the dude for the rest of the way, go for 100 yards a week? Of course not. But we also know that it's Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. So they deserve every benefit of the doubt they get.
I guess said differently, being really good through 5 games or number 2 in the power rankings or whatever gets you nothing.
Mm-hmm.
There's no moral, otherwise victory about that, right? But if that's the exercise, then you could put him as high as 2nd or 3rd in the NFL right now.
And without question. So Minnesota's won the best point differential in the sport. Defensively, they've been so good. I think they've given up the 2nd fewest points in the league through this many games.
To who?
To
the Jets,
I want to say the Jets.
They're the number 1 defense in the NFL yardage wise.
Yeah, I mean they've been fantastic in that regard. The fewest points allowed in the NFC.
All right, rapid fire here. More impressive to this point in the year. And remember that week 1 happened. I think it's easy for us to forget that because of these last 4 wins.
But it all counts if we're doing 5 weeks.
Exactly.
It's 5 weeks, yeah.
Lions or Commanders?
I'd say Washington.
Me too. Vikings or Commanders?
Vikings.
I would agree with that. Chiefs or Commanders?
Washington's been more impressive.
Ravens or Commanders?
Washington.
Texans or Commanders?
That one's really close.
Texans got blown out by the Vikings.
Yep. They have one loss where they just didn't show up, were terrible.
So
Other
does
than that,
Washington.
they were really good.
Yeah.
So that one's
But
close.
they
I'd
have
still
not beaten teams like the Commanders have.
again, now we're picking nits. These are top 5 teams here.
Yeah.
So I would say Houston, because the way they beat Jacksonville 2 weeks ago, I'm kind of going, you deserve to lose that game. You got out by the skin of your teeth. Washington's got that version of that with the Giants. This is a close one. I narrow edge Washington in that regard.
Same. Packers.
Washington.
Falcons.
Washington.
Bucks.
Washington.
I mean, that's kind of there's a big drop off after that. You get the point.
Yep.
Now, maybe someone could just turn on the radio right now and say, who cares that they've been the second best team in football? And okay, that's cool. I get your point. But to that, I would say, oh my God, there's 32 teams.
Yeah.
This team is normally in the 27 to 32 range. And right now we're suggesting there has been one team more impressive than Washington. And it's a 5-0 team that going into its game this Sunday had the front running MVP at quarterback. Let's go to Jeremiah in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, Jeremiah?
I'm doing good. How are y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
So my metric, I kind of did it with a little bit of both. I'm taking into account how the team's. I'm also CD Lamb is CD Lamb, even if the Cowboys are struggling. So I'm kind of doing a mix of both. I'm also factoring in injuries. My calculation, I recounted it. There are 9 teams ahead of the Commanders, and I'll just go ahead and list them so I can do that real quick.
Hang on real quick. I got a question first, though. This is
Okay,
just
go ahead,
teams that if the Commanders played them this weekend, you would expect to beat the Commanders. Is that right?
Yes, these teams lined up today, October 8th. I would expect the Commanders to lose, not by much, but to lose.
All right, let's hear it.
So my 9 are the Bills, the Ravens, the Bengals, the Chiefs, the 49ers, the Falcons, the Buccaneers, the Vikings, and lastly, the Lions. I know record-wise they're not all equal to the Commanders, but I feel the talent that they have on their team and just what we know them to be would get them the victory.
So I think it's a smart call. I think it's all reasonable. They've already played the Bengals and they beat them, right? They're about to play Baltimore. I don't think they'll beat Baltimore, so I would agree with you on that one. You could throw the Chiefs and the Niners as mainstays in there, no problem. San Francisco just lost to a Cardinals team that Washington blew out. And I know that's not how the league works, but hard not to acknowledge that fact. But yeah, I mean, we are elbow deep into something that is hard to quantify here. When you start putting together a power rankings, they could lose all of those games. They could also win them all, which is why they very much are in play in the top 3.
Yeah, to the caller's point, you'd expect them to be competitive, which is different than we're used to around here. The point to me is, remember when the number of times we'd be at 28th or 31st or whatever the number was, and people wanted to quibble with that. That's not the point. The point is you're in that bottom bucket of crap. This point is they're in the wonderful bucket that glows when you open up the bucket.
Yeah, my point is there's not a team they could play on Sunday where you wouldn't give them a chance right now. Or where you would say they're definitely not going to win that game. They're the largest underdog they've been at any point this season by way of the books, 7 points going into this Ravens game. And it feels like a toss-up kind of game. Let's go to Nate in D.C. on G&D. What's up, Nate?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, buddy?
All right, you took the words right out of my mouth. Picture the scene from Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance. Okay, so at the end of the day, you ask who we would rank ahead of the Commanders at this point. I would rank no one. I feel as if, just like you were saying, we could beat anybody on the field. Statistics and all of that taken into account and past histories, and I get all of that. And I know that it's talent all around the league, 32 teams. But against any of those other 31 teams, think about this. Before we played before we played the Giants, they picked the Giants to win. Before we played the Bengals, they picked the Bengals to win. Before we played the Browns, they picked the Browns to win. Now they're picking the Ravens to win. We can beat anybody. So at the end of the day, I rank nobody ahead of the Commanders at this point because even the best team in the league, which is the Kansas City Chiefs, are playing very human at this point. And
yesterday I think, Nate, was their best game. They handled New Orleans with ease. They got a 400 offensive yard outing. Patrick Mahomes threw for 300. Kelsey looked better. They had a receiver step up in Juju Smith-Schuster. So finally they connected some dots that they hadn't been able to. but that had been a really uninspiring kind of lethargic. We're winning because that's what we do around here, but it's not like we're good.
This isn't style points, Chiefs. This is let's just go to the next week.
Yeah, there's just no one that would really scare me. And that doesn't mean Washington can't go out and lose, a few games in their next 4 or something like that. That absolutely is on the table. But they have now gotten to a point where they could win every week, where they should be in every single game the way things are trending right now. 800-636-1067. The question we've asked you guys is how many teams are definitely better than Washington in this moment? We'll get back to that. Plus, I found a couple of really fascinating stats about the first month of the season in the NFL I'll throw at you. We'll do that as soon as we return. Louis Riddick in 20 minutes. Austin Eckler today at 5 on Grant and Danny. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. At the top of the hour, Louis Riddick is going to join us, ESPN analyst. We'll talk to him about the Commanders' 4-1 start that nobody saw coming. Jaden Daniels playing the way that he has as well. He has been masterful. I saw a couple of really interesting stats I wanted to pass along really quickly, Danny. Did you know that the Minnesota Vikings have trailed in their games this season basically only a couple of minutes of football in 5 games?
That's wild.
3 minutes and 26 seconds trailing through 5 games. Since the 1970 merger, only the 2009 Saints, who had not trailed for a single second, the 84 Dolphins, you know about that team, right? They lost in the Super Bowl. Minute and 7 seconds. That was a Dan Marino-led operation. The 2023 49ers were 5-0. They trailed for a minute 45. And then the 99 Rams, greatest show on turf, who won the Super Bowl, had trailed for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Then it's the Vikings at 3:26.
Crazy number.
They have not chased. And it was the first time this weekend against the Jets where they were really in a tight game. Sam Darnold threw a bad interception in the second half. They kind of played a little bit tighter. You could tell so much of that is it's been 72 and sunny. It's not going to be that way the entire time, but I just thought that number was staggering.
That is nuts. So you look at, for example, they beat Green Bay by 2, but they had this enormous lead. Green Bay came roaring back. So there you figure out those
28-7.
Yeah, there's some minutes there. I think with San Francisco it was similar. I don't think they trailed for much in that game, if at all. I know it ended up being a 1-score game, but that's how you get to those kind of totals, is you score first and then kind of hang on.
Here's another crazy Viking stat. Over their final 5 games on their schedule, again, they're one of 2 5-0 teams in the league, the only 5-0 team in Washington's conference. They are going to face 2 teams in their last 12 games with a winning record right now. Atlanta and Detroit, who they play twice. Their opponent winning percentage is .469 the rest of the way.
But they got Green Bay in week 17. Green Bay's 3-2.
Pending. Well, this was from Sunday, so I guess
there you go.
So it says pending today. So now the Packers would also be a third team. Pending today, it said. I thought it was before last night, but this is from Sunday. So you're talking about Atlanta, Detroit, and then if we're throwing the Packers in at 3-2, opponent winning percentage then has shifted closer to 500, but 3 out of 12 teams with winning records.
So before the season started, I did not pick them to go to the postseason. Didn't pick them to win the division, certainly. And the reason was I didn't think they'd be bad by any stretch, but I go, their first 6 games, there's only one team in there that I go, yeah, that team's not very good, which is week 1 against the Giants. I'm going this row of San Francisco, Houston, Green Bay, Jets, who I thought were going to be good, and Detroit. That is as tough a schedule to start a season as you're going to find.
Slobber
5 of those 6 teams are either defending playoff teams or probably going right back again, right? And they're 5-0 in that stretch. They got Detroit now after their bye week in week 7. What an unbelievable start for them. Unbelievable.
One other number I made note of yesterday that I saw. Rate of drives to reach the red zone. The Commanders get to the red zone on 60% of their drives, an NFL high. The next best team is San Francisco at 47%. Nobody's over 50 except Washington, and they're at 60 in terms of getting to the red zone. Speaks to the lack of punts. You know what a big deal has been? 4th down. They're 8 for 8 on 4th down.
8 for 8?
They have not been stopped yet. And they're not just going for 4th and 1s all the time. They had a 4th and 3 with a 34-yard Daniels run.
It's not a tush-push situation either, right?
No, they've had a 4th and 4, I believe, in there. They're 8 for 8 on 4th down. They're one of the best teams in the league on 3rd down. But they get into field goal range, a.k.a. the red zone for a chip shot, 60% of the time.
That's incredible.
Seibert still hasn't missed. He's perfect, and his long is 45. Like, they have not asked him to even kick anything close to a 50-yarder at this point. They haven't had to. Let's go to the phones. Jupes in Gaithersburg. How many teams are better than Washington right now?
So I'm going to be a hypocrite in my statement. For the analytical guys, we're the best of the best. For the eye test guys, we're the best of the best. I can't say the Vikings because Sam Darnold, if you remember when he was with Carolina, he had a hot start, and then those ghosts just popped up on him, and I'm feeling like that's about to creep up on him now. Only team I think that's better than us is Kansas City. My reason why is because they back-to-back Super Bowl champs, they're current reigning champs, and with all the injuries on offense, they're still 5-0. But that don't mean I don't think we can beat them. Outside of that, really, I think we're the best of the best, man. And with, like I told you guys before, this is not a finished product of the offense. We still got pieces in development.
Well, there's no doubt about
Appreciate
that,
you, dude.
but the results aren't going to get better, right? The team might get guys to play better, or it might be different, and even get improvement in certain areas. But the numbers, you're not going to never drop passes. You're not going to not be behind the chains. You're not going to never turn the ball over. As we've started to see slightly more the last couple of weeks, you're trying to dig out a 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11. Gets a little more difficult, unless Daniels can just avoid a sack and throw for 66 on 3rd and 13.
Yeah, which, you just count on that every week. I mean, those amazing plays are amazing because they stand out.
Just do more of that. Mike in Colesville, you're on Grant and Danny. How many teams are better than the Commanders right now?
I don't think you can say any teams are better, but this is the NFL, and teams have a way of figuring you out. But that's why I think we may never get to the point where we say any team is better, because there's no figuring out this offense. You pack the box, and Jaden's going to pick you apart, or Eckler's going to gas you on the screen. You drop 7, and our running game is unstoppable. So we may end up looking at a season where nobody's better than us.
There's something sustainable to it, in all sincerity, right? When you have that equalizer of a quarterback that's that athletic, who can make wrong into correct. Like, again, I keep pointing to this one play, that 4th and 3 that you referenced. Cleveland won. Cleveland got everything that any defensive coordinator would ever ask for. An unblocked, hyper-athletic rusher who Washington should have drafted, quite frankly, a couple of years ago. That guy has Jaden Daniels dead to rights until it's a 34-yard game. What are you supposed to do? What is anybody supposed to do? And I think to that point, there's stuff you could take away. This offense isn't so elite that, the weaponry that you just, you could spin the wheel and have it just land on somebody that's incredible. But right now, that equalizer of a quarterback that makes the wrong right makes it really hard to be able to stop everything all the time.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We'll talk to Austin Eckler about his banner performance. Had a 50-yard run, a 33-yard catch on a screen, another nice return on a kickoff. He'll be with us today at 5 right here on the Fan. Caps fans, you'll be excited to hear that John Carlson is with us as part of our Blitz. We're giving away tickets to a Caps game next Thursday night, right at 4, and then Carly is on the show at that time. But next, top of the hour, as soon as we return in just a few moments, Louis Riddick, ESPN analyst on the Commanders and the first 5 weeks in the NFL, right here on G&D. As is the case with our local football team's defense early this season before Sunday, there's times in life where we see our loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad will guide you through the process of managing healthcare, financial power of attorney, securing guardianship as well for a family member. Schedule a free consultation with their elder law and estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you at G&D, and they will take care of you. kmlawyers.com. They're going to give you a discount if they know that we sent you their way. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Welcome on to Grant and Danny right now. ESPN's terrific NFL analyst, Louis Riddick. Louis, thanks so much for a few minutes in D.C., where the Commanders are the talk of the town. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Pretty darn good. It's fun to have a 4-1 football team here locally. We're not really sure what to do with our hands, Louis, but what have you seen so far that you say, you know what, this isn't just something new. This is sustainable. This team is good.
Yeah, I think, obviously a lot of that optimism and the shift from hope to expectation centers around Jaden and his development, clearly. I think there's no question that what he is doing as far as his development, his mastery of the offense, I shouldn't say mastery, his continuing mastery of the offense, his leadership, his efficiency is something that's definitely sustainable, because that's who he's always been, as far as someone who was willing to put in the work on the field and off the field, ingratiate himself to teammates, immerse himself in the playbook, and then he's just freakishly skilled. So, yeah, that's definitely sustainable. As they continue to build out this roster and continue to make sure that protecting him is sustainable, having him have weapons is sustainable, continuing to build out the defensive side of the ball so they can give him more cracks at it is sustainable. And keeping the infrastructure around him in terms of the coaching staff and the support staff that allows him to go out and execute, making sure that stays as stable as possible. That's also something that's, by and large up to the people who are in charge in Washington. So it's all sustainable. It's all something that can be built upon from here. And I'm sure that everyone who's in a position to affect that understands just how much. It's not luck. Like they didn't hit the jackpot, out of luck. Everyone knew all along that Chicago was going to take Caleb. It did the absolute right thing in drafting Jaden, and now, it's off to the races with him. So yeah, I think the shift is on, or rather, maybe it's already taken place. Like I said, when you're moving from, well, I hope we're pretty decent, to now I expect us to be pretty damn good. I expect us to put up points. I expect this young man to play well. I think that's well underway now, and that is a pretty good feeling.
Louis Riddick on G&D. I mean, he's clearly the sun in this solar system. There's no doubt about that. But what about some of the other main characters in this story right now? I mean, you've been on the front office side at the highest levels and interviewing for GM jobs. Adam Peters getting his first crack. Seems like he hit a home run in his first free agency class. Dan Quinn getting a second opportunity so far. So good for him. And it just seems like they're so ahead of schedule. Like their press conferences, we're using words like rebuild and patience and time. And right now they're one of the best teams in the league 5 games in.
Yeah. Well, I think, it's part of the job when you're a head coach and you're a general manager is managing expectations, both internally and externally. And I think that's because you want to be realistic, as best you can based upon what you think the forecast of the future looks like. And it's always cool and always a lot of fun when maybe you shot a little low and then you wind up exceeding those expectations. And it's not because, it's not because it's luck, but because guys maybe developed faster, chemistry developed better, within the coaching staff, chemistry developed better, most importantly on the football field. And, then the conversation changes from, well, this is just a full scale rebuild. Everyone temper your expectations. Everyone calm down. We may be lucky to be a 9-8, 8-9 type team, and then we'll hit it big on our second year. Everybody says that. Everybody tries to keep things, on the down low, so to speak. But there's no doubt that
look, Dan has learned a lot from his first stint as a head coach in Atlanta, and then how he took some time. Really, I mean, we talked to him about this when in some production meetings when he was the DC in Dallas, about all the work that he had put in during the time off that he had between leaving Atlanta, becoming the DC in Dallas, and how he really like took himself apart metaphorically and put himself back together, analyzed every part of his operation, both as a person and as a head coach, and he thought he would be better for it once he got his next job. Clearly, that paid off. Adam Peters has been someone who's been around some of the best in the business as far as the whole entire scouting process, the evaluation process, the selection and development process. That's clearly paying off. And then, then of course there's always that relationship part of it, which you never know how the hell that's going to go. You think it's going to go good. You think it's going to be something where everyone's going to act like a professional and everyone's going to be, good old out of themselves into the team type of mantra, but you don't know. And see, you know what? I'll tell you what. See, even now that success has started to rear its head, so to speak, now you find out even a little bit more about what you've built there, because it's always at the extremes where you find out, or where you have some surprises and you find out just how strong your operation is. When stuff is going bad, that's when, people fracture and start pointing fingers. When stuff is going good and things start to build, that's when everybody starts wanting more and more credit and wants to say, hey, look, I did this. I know what's happened there. It's clearly been a collective effort, and they need to make sure everyone understands that and that they just keep pushing the way they've been pushing, because as you all know, as I know, I think as anyone who has studied NFL football knows, there isn't much better than winning in Washington, D.C. There isn't much better. It's been a long time. So I think they will do a good job of safeguarding that at all costs. And I'm just hoping that, they continue to build and they continue to knock everything out of the park from A to Z, not just with Jaden, but from A to Z, because look, that town deserves it. That fan base deserves it. They suffered a long, long time. And now they've kind of got their prince of the city in place, man. And it's, like I said, for me, from the outside looking in, that's pretty damn cool, man. It really is.
ESPN's Louis Riddick with us here. Is on the call this weekend for Florida at Tennessee on ESPN Saturday night. Louis is as a guy who watched so much football and is an evaluator. Jaden Daniels has taken the league by storm, and it's been incredible here to watch. As an evaluator, though, putting your objective glasses on, what does he not do well yet? What if there's a weakness or something that's relatively not as strong? What are you seeing there? Maybe areas for improvement.
To be honest with you, look, I mean, I think those things internally, you'd have to be there internally on the grind with him day to day to really say, hey, you know what? I think you need to really work on this right now, because from an external standpoint and from what I know from going down to Baton Rouge and talking to the people down there and watching all this tape, and look, there's always look, the guy's breaking records right now in terms of quarterback efficiency through the first quarter of the season, doing things that no one's ever done. It's hard to pick out some things and go, well, you're not doing that really good right now. I think his command at the line of scrimmage, from what I can tell, is second to none relative to where he's at in his career. I think his field vision, his decision-making, his accuracy, short, intermediate, deep. No, who throws a better deep ball than him in the NFL right now? I mean, really, who throws a better deep ball? Who throws a better ball under pressure than him right now? I think he's clearly learned how to protect himself as a runner to where it doesn't look like Ole Miss 2023, where I thought, man, they're going to break him in half before the end of this game if he's not careful. So I think there's always going to be room for, can he operate even faster? Can he recognize things even quicker? Can he be more consistent with feet, hip rotation, arm placement, ball placement, changing speeds, as far as how much he puts on it, how much he throws with touch? Of course, there's always going to be all those things. And some of that isn't going to be, recognizable to the naked eye. It's all going to be things that, unless you were with him every day, you won't know if he's doing it great or if he's not. But look, I have nothing bad to say about the guy. I was all in on him from the time I started studying him. And I think right now, They just need to keep internally, working in silence, keeping him on the straight and narrow, continue to work his craft. Cliff just needs to keep him on the path that he's on right now, man, because he's doing historic stuff already. He's making throws right now that there isn't a quarterback, not a single quarterback in the league who's throwing a prettier ball than him. And he's doing it under some – he makes some tough contested throws where he's getting the absolute crap knocked out of him in the pocket, and he doesn't flinch. I'm not going to even try to pick out a bunch of things that he isn't doing well, because the things that he is doing well right now, just ride him, man, and hope that the coaching staff continues him on the path that he's on right now, which I'm sure they will. They know it just like you guys know it, and every fan in Washington knows it.
Yeah. Pretty obvious. It doesn't take a scout, when you turn on the games or turn on the tape to see what he's doing. You mentioned the coaching staff. Cliff Kingsbury's been incredible, and I didn't see this coming. And I was not a huge fan of the hire. In hindsight, looking back now, it seems like a marriage made in heaven. We have also seen, though, Lewis, and you know this better than we do, Kingsbury's offenses have gotten off to these amazing first half starts in Arizona and cooled off. Now, he didn't have Jaden Daniels at the controls in the past. But I guess I'm just curious for your thoughts on what he's been doing, because they're getting receivers wide open. They are running. A lot of this is Daniels related in the run game with read option and whatnot. But, Kingsbury is completely reinventing his name in football right now.
Yep, he sure is. And look, I think just like we mentioned with Coach Quinn, you think Cliff hasn't kind of looked internally inside of himself and kind of deconstructed himself and put himself back together in terms of how do I need to be better in terms of my preparation, my scheming, my strategizing, my execution on game day, my relationship with Jaden. You think he didn't learn a lot from what his relationship was like with Kyler, what worked, what didn't work? Look, it's not like he doesn't have enough in his bag, so to speak, as to how to attack NFL defenses, how to make sure that his quarterback has answers for whatever is being thrown at him, whether it be zone coverage, man coverage, 5-man pressure, 6-man pressures, simulated pressures. You think he has all that in his toolkit. And clearly his teaching methodology is one that's resonating with Jaden. And it's something that they've struck a chord. Now, teams are going to find ways to push on those sore spots that make Jaden uncomfortable, that, kind of expose some of the things that maybe he's just not quite as good at as time goes on. That's what always happens as you gather more intel. Then it'll be on Cliff to kind of readjust again. But the thing about coaches, just like players, is that not every play is ideal for you. It's not always going to be, and it doesn't necessarily mean that, well, now the die has been cast. You've already kind of created your mold. You are who you are. You can't reinvent yourself. You can't get better. We've seen that is a big, big mistake that fans, media personalities, scouts, GMs, owners make, is to think that people can't learn and adapt and improve. Same thing holds true for Cliff Kingsbury. There's a lot of people who thought, well, this hire ain't going to turn out to be worth a damn. Look at what he did in Arizona. Look at what he didn't do in Arizona. Look how it turned out between him and Kyler. Look how, we've got to be real careful to do those kind of things, man, when we're assessing people in general, and then for sure when we're assessing people in such a team-centric sport as football. You can wind up making yourself look like and sound like a fool when you do that, because we know how things are on such a razor's edge in football, and how one place could be crap for you and the next place could be heaven. Just look at what's happening with Sam Darnold right now in Minnesota. When he left the Jets and he's talking about him seeing ghosts out there, when Adam Gase was coaching him, everyone's thinking this guy's a colossal bust. He'll never be worth a damn. He'll never get another shot. He may be comeback player of the year now. He may lead that team to the number 1 seed in the NFC for all we know. So you got to be careful with that. And I think with Cliff, hey, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, just like people gave Dan Quinn the benefit of the doubt. He learned from his first go around, and now he's got that place humming. So with Cliff, man, more power to him. I hope he's able to keep it going because he's in a great situation right now. It's cool. Like, he can go back to his roots of, let me coordinate and coach the quarterback, the thing that I probably know how to do best. And at the same time, what a great resource for him it is to have Dan Quinn there too, and say, hey, you know what? You could best believe in some of their private time where they're kind of just one-on-one. You think he's not picking Dan's brain about what happened to him in Atlanta and then how things benefited him when he went to Dallas, and now that he's a head coach again? Of course he is. So, yeah, I'm sure you're no different than many other people who were very skeptical of it. But, man, it sure is looking pretty good right now, and hats off to Cliff for doing so.
Louis, got to grab you here about the news of the day. I was pretty stunned. I don't know how you felt about it, but Robert Saleh getting relieved of his duties there in New York, sort of, ripping the Band-Aid. What was your reaction to it? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, like, so the head coach bears the brunt of the blame when things aren't going well, just like he gets the credit most times when things are going right. And when you have a situation there where it just seemed like things were a little off, that things were getting a little sideways, the communications between season, I'm taking a trip over to Europe, even though it's mandatory minicamp. I had this planned already. They knew I had it planned. Like it just seems like things were a little disjointed there, to where if things started getting sideways, it was probably going to fall back on the head coach a hell of a lot more than it was on the franchise quarterback, first ballot Hall of Famer, 4-time MVP guy, who's pretty much pulling the damn strings up there. So we've seen this before. We've seen this kind of thing before, where a franchise quarterback has a hell of a lot more power and influence over ownership and what direction a franchise takes than even the head coach, especially a quote-unquote defensive head coach who was under fire coming into the season anyway about making sure you maximize the potential of a football team that everyone said all they needed was to get rid of Zach Wilson and get a quarterback, and we're rolling. We're the number one seed in the NFC. We have a shutdown defense, blah, 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 blah. They weren't going to get rid of Aaron Rodgers. They could have gotten rid of Nathaniel Hackett, I guess, but they weren't going to get rid of him either as the OC because that's Aaron's guy. So none of that shocks me. That's how things go. That's how things go in the NFL. Someone's always going to fall on the sword. It's more times than not going to be the head coach, although you could have made a case for it being any number of other things that are going wrong up there. And I think as the season plays itself out, Jeff Ulbrich, the new head coach, isn't going to all of a sudden fix them. If they turn crap around up there, it ain't going to be because Jeff Ulbrich has figured out how to get this running game going and how to get this offensive line being better than bottom quarter in the NFL and run block and pass block win rate. That ain't going to be because of anything Jeff Ulbrich said. Nothing at all. They're not going to protect the passer better because something Jeff Ulbrich comes up with. Nothing at all. The Jets have a lot of other stuff going on other than Robert Saleh not being the guy who can quote-unquote provide a spark, which is one of the most annoying damn things I hear people say. Well, he's going to give them a spark. No, he's not. He's not going to give them a spark. The team in the guys in the locker room will give them a spark by playing better, by protecting better, by Aaron making better passes. That's what they'll do. That's what will change it around. So nothing in the league shocks me about this. Look, I like Robert, know him, have talked to him in a professional manner many different times. This is just the NFL, dude. It's not for long, as you all know, if you aren't winning.
Yeah, 2-3 last year through 5 games with 93 points scored when Zach Wilson was their quarterback. 2-3 this year through 5 games with 93 points scored when Aaron Rodgers
I'm in the upside
as their
down.
quarterback. Wow. And they've been the number one defensive team in the league since the day they hired Saleh in terms of EPA per play. Hey, Louis, we could keep chatting, but we know you're busy. We'll listen to you on the call and watch you this weekend. Florida, number 8, Tennessee. You'll see a stud quarterback in that game, ESPN on Saturday night. Thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Of course. But you got it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. There's Louis Riddick of ESPN on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Let's get our first feel on Commanders-Ravens as we're closing in on Sunday next on G&D. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. We're taking you up to 6:30 in and around the DMV on 106.7 The Fan. Of course, we're in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1 until 6 today. You can take the show with you wherever you go on the Odyssey app, and we are streaming live on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page as well in high definition. I cleaned up the beard this weekend so that I could go over to the game. So I don't know if we're still in a good place with the neck beard situation.
Yeah, I did mine Sunday morning, so now I got that, that like the gruff.
Are you in the itchy phase, or are you out of that?
No, it's right now.
Yeah.
Height of it.
It's the worst.
Yeah. There's not much good about it because every itch you do is another itch that's coming. I don't know if that's proven. I don't know if that's science, but I feel like if I scratch, I've now opened up the worm canister for more scratching.
I heard something that I wanted to pass along to Commanders fans because I think this is going to be music to their ears. I know it was certainly very exciting when I heard this. So I don't want to say which player this was over the last few weeks, but there was a player that got banged up in game and left the game with an injury. And that player went back to the locker room at some point during the proceedings to be checked on. That player's dad got a text from general manager Adam Peters, from what I was told. The GM, Adam Peters, not an assistant, not some random person on the training staff, literally Adam Peters, fired off a text to this player's father to say, hey, I just want you to know your son's okay. Here's an update on his status. Here's what's going on in the training room right now. Here are some of the things we're doing and thinking are going to help him in the next couple of hours. Here's what it looks like kind of moving forward with this injury that he has suffered. And again, without getting into the specifics of the player or the injury, what I was told was that this is a guy who's been in some other places and that they were blown away by this. Almost like a high school football player's dad in the stands,
right,
hearing from someone on the staff like, little Jimmy's okay, right? But it spoke to me to what I have heard constantly since Peters showed up, and certainly in this Peters-Quinn regime, which is that the way these guys treat players, their families, which is so important, one of the secret sauce, under-talked about things in professional sports, Danny, is how do you treat my family, my wife, my kids, my parents, my VIPs, right? But think about that. For the GM of the team in the middle of a game to not only get the information, which is not abnormal, but then text a family member and say, hey, your boy's all right. Here's what's going on. The player was basically just giddy with the treatment. The dad was floored. The family was kind of taken aback. And it just tells me they get it in so many ways. You think about those NFLPA.
Hard not to think of those surveys, yeah.
Rankings and surveys that get done. And I guess my point here, long-windedly, is this is going to be a place that people want to come. Not just because maybe you've got the answer at quarterback in Daniels, who's the cool guy that everybody wants to talk about in the media and players are all going to want to play with. But if the word gets out that they treat their players really, really well, which has been one of the biggest developments and stories behind the scenes for me since this regime took over, I think you're going to see them soar up a lot of these NFLPA type conversations. This was Austin Eckler on our show, by the way. He too had an injury. He had a concussion in the Cincinnati game. And I even asked him at that time, semi-relatedly, your family was there. What's that like? Listen to what he said, unprompted, about a similar situation.
Yeah, so this is one thing I really appreciate about Washington out here. Like, they do such a good job with just family and everything like that. So they were the ones contacting Dylan, our player director out here, is contacting my family, my mom, my wife, letting them know, hey, he's alert. Hey, this is what's going on. Just keeping him up to date. And so really, really just, great family oriented, organization over here. And so they definitely did their job there and keeping my family up to date.
For so long, they treated people poorly outside of the building and inside the building. They majored in it. Those days are over.
Now, some people will roll their eyes and go, well, it doesn't make a 3rd and 7 stop, or it doesn't complete a pass. And of course not. But it is an overhaul. It is a departure from the way that it used to be, right? That's the adage that I've kind of gone to, especially when it comes to a league as competitive as this one, is either everything matters or it doesn't. In other words, this is not sexy. This is not advertising. This is not a billboard to get you to buy a sponsorship or sell more club level tickets or, the partnership with StubHub to make sure that Philly fans have a place to sit. This is an internal thing. We're dealing with people really, really well, building bridges instead of burning them. Matters. It just does. You want to be a first-class organization, then you have to behave like one all the time, even when you're not going to get credit for it. There are probably another 100 of those instances where somebody did something that we will never hear about, that you'll never see, that nobody will ever know, and there was a choice, a small one. I could inconvenience a player slightly, or I could do this unsung, boring, mundane, probably pain in the butt thing, and you start choosing the second one more and more and more and more, and all of a sudden, you're a good place.
Yeah.
It takes a lot to dig out from what was.
I just think that I'll go back to how you treat people matters, but the type of people that run your building matter. And I don't just mean in football, although certainly in football too. At a Subway or at a Chick-fil-A or at a radio station, it doesn't really matter. If you treat the people under you well, they'll treat the people under them well, right? What do they say about character? Character is how you treat someone who can do nothing for you, right? Isn't that what they say?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just think they're in a different place altogether in terms of the quality of human being, or maybe just the understanding from the very top down. The difference between Dan Snyder and Mitch Rales is night and day. And I don't know Harris or Rales all that well. I have met both in passing. I've spent a couple of more minutes around Mitch Rales. He's been in the press box a time or two, kind of walking through, shaking hands. But they're just, the whole tone of the entire business changes when the person at the top is somebody with decency and humility. And I think you see this, right? Adam Peters, going back to him, I told this story quickly in training camp, but while we're discussing just the way they're running things, there was a listener to the show that I bumped into in the parking lot as I was getting in my car leaving training camp. And they had a bunch of stuff, this helmet and some stuff signed. And they told me this story. Well, their son had this football. He'd gotten a few signatures at training camp, and he put the ball down and somebody grabbed it, I guess. And so the son, a little kid, was crying and sad and like beside himself. And one of the security people at the training camp site saw this and asked what was going on, filled him in. He says, hang on. He comes back. He brings the kid over to meet Adam Peters, who's outside the building, and he goes and gets Terry McLaurin, and they sign some things and just spend a couple minutes with the kid. I'm not saying that never happened with previous coaches or executives or whatever, but I just think they care about the little things, and enough of those little things added up. Eventually, the big things take care of themselves.
Well, you and I both love Great American Restaurants, right? For a million reasons.
Mainly their Aussie rolls and hospitality.
The hospitality part's what I wanted to go with.
But also the Aussie rolls.
Yeah, obviously Aussie rolls are going to get people in the door. Really good food. It's consistent and it works every time.
How would you describe Aussie rolls if you only had a sentence? Like someone says, I've never had an Aussie roll. What's an Aussie roll, Danny?
Bread service and a donut rented a seedy motel. Aussie rolls are their children.
Okay.
The reason I bring it up is you've been everywhere, and there's nothing wrong with other restaurants. Okay, I love plenty of places, but if you go to a normal restaurant, to a lot of places, like you see your server when you see your server, can I have another lemonade, another iced tea, or whatever? When you're at a Great American Restaurant, anytime anybody walks by, whether they've got your table or not, my iced tea gets filled. Can I take this for you? Gets done. Even if it's not your specific server. And the point is, maybe there's their business philosophy to it to turn tables over quickly, or who knows why. I know this. It's just nice. It's nice not to have to be like, excuse me, sorry, when you have a second, could I get another iced tea from like across the room or whatever? It just gets done. And it's nothing is beneath anybody. I've seen managers get down on all fours and pick up the napkin that's that fell off the table and is kind of stuffed in the way back corner, or grab the broom and sweep up. Nothing is beneath anybody. And that's the point, is there's a cultural element to it.
Yep.
The GM going, hey, as a human being, I can imagine dad in the stands or dad watching on television with no update because they don't do sideline reports anymore. It's basically, I talked to this guy earlier and he said that they're going to try to win. Back to you guys. Instead of this is what the injury update is. So nobody gives any information anymore. So I'm going to give it to the guy. I love that.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. There is a quarterback change taking place in the NFL. Could be an exciting day for an AFC team as they debut their young quarterback. We'll get into that next on the Fan, plus our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. At the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, we've got Caps tickets. And 20 minutes from now at 4, John Carlson joins the show. On the Fan, top of the hour, 15 minutes out. John Carlson of the Capitals, a longtime pal of this here radio program. Going to be good to reunite with number 74 again.
Been a minute before we could say, shoot Jack, Carly.
We do
Old school.
have Caps tickets today, by the way. We're giving those out right at the top of the hour in 15 minutes. They're playing the Dallas Stars on the 17th of the month. That is next Thursday night. We got your tickets right here on the Fan, so you better be listening. Before we get to our double play, the New England Patriots are turning things over to Drake May.
Congrats, buddy.
He will make his long-anticipated National Football League debut. I should say his first start, because he did come in garbage time when they were getting blown out by the Jets. I think he threw 8 passes and a nothing burger of a second half. But the 22-year-old quarterback will make his first ever start for the Patriots. Excited to see what he looks like. That is a terrible team, Danny. That is a bad offense. That is a terrible offensive line. They're playing the Houston Texans. So go get him, Drake.
Good luck, buddy.
Nothing to see here. I kind of thought they would, I would have played him earlier, but I thought at this point they'd maybe wait a week. But they're tired of waiting, I suppose. And even though Houston gets after the quarterback and they do some really good things defensively, they are throwing him to the Wolves this weekend and seeing if he sinks or swims.
Yeah, there's no great landing spot when you're terrible. You know what I mean? Like
That's a great point.
Other terrible teams are also going to give you fits, but
the Texans are the 4th-ranked defense in the NFL, and they're number 3 against the pass.
But the Texans are good. They're the best team, certainly on the Patriots schedule, I would say. The rest of the way, unless you are a believer in the Bills.
They're
but
6th at getting sacks, and the Patriots are one of the worst teams in the league at avoiding sacks.
Bet you that ranking improves after this weekend. But then it's Jacksonville, Jets, Titans, Bears. So yeah, there's no good landing spots. So, now's kind of the time. I mean, the thing I always say when it comes to sports and winning, losing, et cetera, regardless of what phase you're in, there's got to be a point to whatever you're doing. There's got to be an end game to it. And playing Brissett for a long time, for a little bit, I got it, as the kid gets ready. But playing him for 8, 9, 10, 11 weeks is a worthless, empty calories, make us feel a little bit better about ourselves type exercise. Now there's a point to it, right? And you waited, what was it now? Week 6. You waited 6, 7, and really, if you include preseason stuff, you waited a few months to kind of pull this lever to sort of reinvigorate, get some excitement going, get some juice going, and take kind of the attention off of how bad everything is. It's bad, but we got a reason to be excited, and it's Drake May.
If you're a Patriots fan to that point, why am I watching anymore? This is not worth my time. The Jacoby Brissett-led 10-point performances of offense every week are not worth me spending money to go to the stadium, and not worth me not doing activities on a Sunday to get out of being in trouble with my wife, right? Give me a reason. And now you've got a reason, albeit going to be a tough challenge this coming week. But good to see that. So now we got the 4 rookie quarterbacks. Bo Nix is playing a lot better. A couple straight wins for the Broncos, or 2 of their last 3, I guess. And Nix looked very, very good this past weekend. Caleb Williams by far had his best game.
Yep.
And it seems like Jaden Daniels has done okay.
He's been fine.
From what I can gather.
He's been fine.
Here in the nation's capital. It is time for your double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stopping for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
A little bit of good news here, GP. Authorities believe that the Georgetown cuddler was finally caught and arrested. Now, let me just editorialize for a moment. That name belies how horrible a person this dude is.
I was going to say, that sounds like precious and adorable.
Yeah, the Georgetown cuddler. What he was doing, again, I'm not going to say the person's name. It's all alleged. I don't know what the rules are. I'm just saying this, but the authorities believe that they got him. The guy...
Is it weird that I have no idea about this?
It is a little bit weird, but okay. I'm happy to tell you all about it. Because, again, this is kind of jarring. In Georgetown, Burleith, as far away maybe as College Park, Glover Park, where I used to live, this person, whoever was doing this, and it was like long over years and years and years, this person was doing this a lot. This all we know what was reported. Who knows what wasn't reported? This creep, this scumbag, was preying on young women. He would basically follow them, observe for a long time, peeping Tom type stuff, break into homes, and number of times over and over and over again, women would wake up with this dude in their bed, and they'd make noise, scream, fight him off, whatever, and he'd run away. It happened so many times over the years.
Wow.
Yes.
I don't know how I haven't heard of this.
Yeah. So
how long has this been going on?
Since 2008, give or take.
Oh my God.
So over years and years and years.
So first, Netflix documentary next week, please. Thank you. That's number 1. Number 2, would he escalate like, was there assault or was it just
There,
he wanted to touch them and lay in their bed, which is still, by the way, the worst thing that's
it's
ever
still
happened to
it's still
anyone.
beyond horrible.
But
And
I
again,
am curious, is that like his Super Bowl was the snuggling?
their authorities believe that there are far more. I mean, again, it's all serious, right? So it's all way above the bar of seriousness. Okay,
You could stop at he broke into
Yeah.
my house and I woke up with a stranger laying next to me. That's good to put him away forever.
so there's you know what goes up from there, and it's all very bad. But this person's now accused of a few at least different incidents where it's as bad as it can be.
I have watched enough of those true crime docs to know that, and I don't pretend to be like an expert on this, but generally what happens is these creeps get to a point where that's not enough anymore. So like I'm getting chills like thinking about how weird this guy is, by the way. But it starts where you're just looking through the window at someone. Then you go, I need to sit in the house. Then you go, I need to lay in the bed. Then you go, I need to cuddle them until they wake up and scream. And then there's another thing after that. We don't need to get any further along.
Yes.
But my point is, generally, you just keep pushing the ball down the field little by little because you're a weirdo.
Because this was happening, and it wouldn't be like every week, right? It was just infrequent enough where the report gets filed, everybody looks, nobody can find anyone, we can't figure it out. There's no necessarily connection between an individual victim. There's no like pattern really. It was hard to figure out and find this person. It took years and years and years until finally enough DNA, the right investigation, the right techniques, the right things finally happened where a search warrant was executed. They forced this person to provide a sample of DNA. It matches, so they believe they got the guy.
So they did not catch him in the act.
No.
They basically knocked on his door and were like, hey, buddy, here we go. We're headed on down
come
to
come on downtown with us real quick. But fantastic news. And again,
you're saying 2008.
2008.
And how long? I guess I'm sure it's different. But
and it might have been longer, by the way, but that was the first reported super serious crime, I believe, was 08.
What was the MO in terms of distance between, time between events?
There wasn't.
Would he go like years?
For reports.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
because you don't know, someone else could say, I kind of felt like someone was in my house, or
Totally.
that might have been a dream or whatever.
100%. And a lot of times, again, these young women would come home intoxicated, and again, it doesn't mean anything other than their victims, but just how it happened. So sometimes it wasn't reported. I mean, who knows how long it's been going on? Sometimes it was like multiple on a weekend. Sometimes, you'd see these sporadic reports and there was never a great rhyme or reason to it. But it took forever. And hopefully, knock on wood, it all goes according to plan, that this son of a bitch is done with terrorizing people in a pretty, quiet, really nice part of DC.
That's amazing. I do want a documentary done on Netflix. If we could get that done sometime by the end of the day, please. I don't know how long those take, but I'll give you about 6 hours to have it on my desk. Is that enough time?
There's got to be some found footage in there, of the investigation and the like. Yeah.
So this is something when you were like college age or a little older that you were cognizant of.
It was definitely post college, obviously, because the first hearings about it were some sort of late aughts, I guess you'd call that. Like I can't remember the exact year where this whatever phenomenon kind of started. But again, the nickname, it's a terrible nickname because it sounds like, oh, it's like mildly innocent. Like what a weird little inconvenience. It's horrifying what this bastard was doing. So
Grant and
glad
Danny
he got caught.
With you on the Fan. More trivially, big NFL news today. Robert Saleh fired by the Jets in the AFC East. Aaron Rodgers is taking over as player coach. I'm kidding. Jeff Ulbrich is going to be the interim head coach, their defensive coordinator, after Rodgers fired Saleh. I'm kidding. The Jets fired Saleh. And Drake May, speaking of that division, will make his first ever start, it sounds like, for the Patriots this weekend. They take on the Houston Texans. Top 5 ranked defense. Should be a tough test for the kid out of North Carolina. Also, we got tickets to the Capitals. We'll give those away right at the top of the hour at 4. John Carlson's joining us on our Beltway Blitz right at 4. And we've got our buddy Austin Eckler on the show today at 5 right here on the Fan. The Beltway Blitz coming up in just a moment on the NFL, the Commanders, and your Capitals via a conversation with defenseman John Carlson we're excited about. As promised right now, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair of tickets to see the Caps next Thursday night against the Dallas Stars. The game's Thursday, October 17th, Capital One Arena. For tickets and the complete Caps schedule, go to thefandc.com/events. They get started on Saturday night this weekend. Speaking of which, let's go blitzing. To talk about the Capitals' 16th year defenseman, John Carlson, helps us kick off the Beltway Blitz. John, plenty of new faces. The first spending spree of an offseason in years. These are exciting times as you guys get ready to celebrate 50 years on Thursday night and begin the year on Saturday evening at Capital One Arena.
Yeah, definitely a different type of year, coming into the season than I've been accustomed to. I think ever since I've been here, we've kind of been a status quo team, maybe adding a guy or two here or there. But, this was definitely the biggest changeover or turnaround, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I'm just real excited. I think we created a good foundation last year, and I hope with these new additions that I really feel like are going to make a huge difference in our success on the ice. Play like they can. I think we're going to be a good team this year.
What do you think is going to be the biggest difference this coming year, John, versus maybe the last couple of years?
I think we're just a little bit, I don't want to say inexperienced, but a little younger. Guys just kind of trying to find their footing, trying to find more enhanced roles. And I think guys did well with those roles, but obviously it's tough. It's tough in this league to just come in as a young guy and all of a sudden be a first line center or second line center or a 30, 40 goal scorer. So I think now we got a little bit more of an infusion of like middle of the, age gap kind of guys that have been through it a little bit, have had great years, has had, years of success and kind of blending those with our young guys that are due for, a big step forward as well. So I think that's kind of, and also I think just starting out this way, I think the last year kind of progressed in different ways than anyone kind of anticipated per se. And so this year is more, I would say, normal from, start to finish, hopefully.
John, I won't make you go through all of the new faces. Frankly, we don't have enough time and give us thoughts. But, offensively, Mangiapane and Pierre-Luc Dubois and adding a guy like Taylor Radish on the back end, Brandon Duheim in the fourth line, that's exciting. But defensively, the guys you're going to be skating with at different points. Presumably Jacob Chikrin, a good bit of the time, Matt Roy and Martin Ferravari, another line. What do you make of the two veteran defensemen that have come in here? I'm really excited about the group that's been built on the blue line.
Oh yeah, I think Chikrin's going to be a great addition. I think he's got some real flash to his game, some speed, some nifty hands, and he'll make a lot of great plays this year. And Matty Roy's just like, you're the guy that you just wish you could be. Like, he's just a great player all around. He can do everything really great. And one of those guys, like, maybe you're not going to, be on the highlight reel every single night, but when you're in the arena watching him, you're like, he hasn't made a bad play in 10 games. He's that type of player, and quality guys as well, them too. And I think they're going to add to it. I think, and then like the guys you said up front, I think you're going to see a different team, a different style of play. I think we got a lot more Swiss Army knife this year that can kind of mold into different lines and different combinations that that'll score us a lot more goals, hopefully.
John Carlson with us here on G&D. How about Jacob Vrana coming back and making the team? Cool story, huh?
Yeah, no, it's a crazy story. I'm proud of him. I know, after the contract, talked to him today. It's great to see you always root for a guy like that you have so much connection to and feel like, obviously I know him very well, and but you're just rooting for those kind of guys that get it back on the rails and are clearly still as talented as when they left, and hungry to prove people wrong. And I think that's where he is. He's a great kid. He brings a smile to the rink every single day, and I just love seeing him there.
John Carlson of the Capitals with us on Grant and Danny. They're getting ready to open their season Saturday night at Capital One Arena. More urgently, though, this week on Thursday, we're actually going to be out at Capital One Arena for a really neat event that the team has put together. They're celebrating 50 years of Caps hockey in the nation's capital.
50
it's
years,
the
man.
Caps 50 Fest. It starts on Thursday at 5 p.m. A lot of players, past and present, are going to be participating. There's events going on stage and activations in the concourse. There's a Third Eye Blind concert. It's going to be amazing. What do you make of the party that the Caps are throwing here in a couple of days?
I think it's fantastic. I think that, looking back on my career and how long I've been here and how long the team has been, it's pretty cool. And this event seems like the first class all the way around. I think it'll be exciting. I think as fans, the type of conversations that will happen, the interviews and whatnot will be fantastic. Hopefully some good jokes, some good stories from players past and present, and just, seeing the Stanley Cup again, having a great concert and having a lot of, kids activities for the younger ones too. I think it'll be all the way around a fantastic event.
You're a good guy to ask about this because I'm doing some rough back of the napkin math here. Just under a third of all Cap seasons included John Carlson, right? If you go to 50, and this will be your 16th year. So you've seen a lot of change in a lot of different things. Just reflect on, where this organization was when you first got here, where it is now. You can, weave in something about Ovechkin trying to break the unbreakable record here with Gretzky. It's just kind of cool that this is a nice milestone moment, and it's fun to look back.
I definitely think it is. And I kind of go back to maybe I was a young buck at the time, a few years in, and everyone was like, oh my God, the Caps are coming out with all this different, stuff, with 74 on it, sweatshirts, and it weren't just jerseys and stuff. I was like, no, the team was, founded in 1974. Has nothing to do with me. But yeah, 50 years is a long time. I think since I've been here, obviously, the ownership has been rock solid and committed to winning, and that's why you've seen such a great product on the ice. And the players that they've picked over the years, obviously, from management, have been spectacular and brought a Stanley Cup to DC, which was fantastic. And yeah, I think just it starts at the top and kind of trickles down. And we've had a lot of camaraderie, a lot of continuity over the years within the organization, and you see that with like events like this and who the guys that are coming back and how much it means to them to be a part of something like this, to celebrate the organization and specifically Ovi, how much he's meant to, not just the organization but the greater DC area, and how he made non-hockey fans crazy for hockey, and kids that just love the game now and are playing it at record highs. I think it's all the way around a fantastic time to celebrate 50 years of hockey in DC.
Speaking of Ovi, he needs 42 goals, Carly. You going to get it this year?
I always try to pick a different number every time I get asked this question. I usually try to go with kind of one before, maybe 41, 42, tie it up. I'm going to go with 43, I think. If anything I've learned from this guy is to never count him out, and certainly he's going to need a good start to get there, but I'm just like everyone else rooting for that to happen this year.
John Carlson with us on G&D. You were also talking about your work in the community. What's with the league that you started? I believe you got some youngsters playing hockey before they even get out on the ice now.
Yeah, so it's John Carlson Street Hockey League. It's just right now it's just in DC, but we're going to be looking to move it into different places for kids that either have the hockey bug or are learning hockey. I think it's a great way, like I did, living in New Jersey when there's not that many rinks available at any point in time, and how close they are to people to just start outside. And I think it's a fantastic exercise. I think kids love it. My kids do it. It's fantastic for, just grabbing a few buddies and making your own team, kind of intramurally in terms of the commitment level, which in a world of crazy sports for young kids, it's nice to have something that's kind of freewheeling and fun for them. And I'm just excited to have another thing in the community to deal with the kids and have some fun and hopefully make some more hockey fans.
John, I got to sneak one in here. Over your 16 years, it hadn't happened real often where the football team is any good, and they're off to a kind of a rip-roaring start, which is really unusual for us. We kind of don't know what to do with our hands. What do you make of it?
Well, yeah, it's kind of ironic. You guys know I'm a Patriots fan, so I've been through our whole relationship been really high on my team and rooting for. Obviously, I've always rooted for the football team in Washington as well. So yeah, it's a fantastic start to the season. I think it looks like the division is not as strong maybe as anticipated too. And what's not to love about the Commanders right now?
Yeah, it's good vibes, good times in town as you guys start your season Saturday night at home against the Devils. John, we appreciate you, man. Thanks so much. It's great having you back on the show and looking forward to another fun and entertaining season of Caps hockey.
Thank you, guys. It's nice to be back with you.
Mike Jones of The Athletic joins us right now on Grant and Danny to talk about the NFL. Jonesy, we got to start with Robert Saleh, fired today by the Jets. How much of a factor was Aaron Rodgers in the decision?
Oh, probably like 99.975%. There was clearly not a good relationship there. Aaron Rodgers was taking little shots here and there. I mean, like even a couple weeks ago when he was, challenging Saleh to hold players accountable, and the way the team was prepared and everything. This was because Aaron Rodgers wasn't happy with Robert Saleh. And basically the fact that Nathaniel Hackett survived and is still on the staff was completely because Rodgers is in control running this organization.
Why is San Francisco 2-3?
Well, they've had a lot of injuries. That's, a big thing about it. They have good depth. And, some areas they're better than a lot of teams, even with some of their backups, but they still don't have their full arsenal of guys. And I think things are a little bit out of sync. You can tell Brock Purdy, there are times when he just needs to get rid of the ball. It's almost like he's trying too hard to make something out of nothing sometimes. And so I think that hurts him a little bit. I think they're going to wound up rounding into form, but that's the way things are for them right now.
Drake May is going to start for the New England Patriots against the Houston Texans on Sunday, reportedly. They've been waiting to bring the car out of the garage, and it seems like now is the time for New England. What do you make of the decision and the timing with Houston looming?
Interesting. I don't know if I would do it this week with Houston, coming up. I don't know that Jacoby Brissett's the problem. Yeah, he's got limitations, but their offensive line isn't good. They have a lot of deficiencies. Maybe they're hoping that the young fella can bring a spark and kind of elevate everybody. You hope that they're not throwing him out there too soon, but supposedly the word out of the New England is that he's picking things up faster. He's doing better against the blitz. His footwork is good. But I mean, it's practice. So I imagine that it's going to be a rough time for him going out there for the first time, but I guess they're decided, we're going to live with the growing pains and just continue to hopefully develop him, on-the-job training, and be ready for him having most of a season under his belt for next year.
I always think about this when we hear about the idea of like redshirting quarterbacks, as when you draft a guy high, it's almost impossible. And I don't think they should have redshirted him anyway, but he outperformed Brissett in the preseason pretty substantially. He was their best quarterback, and it wasn't close in August. So really, regardless of practice, like you've already seen that. You're putting the toothpaste back in the tube, and then the players know, right? I mean, so it is just hard to me. I don't know that this is the best week to play him. I probably would have done it differently and honestly played him against the Dolphins last week, knowing that that was going to be a low-scoring game you might be able to steal. But I always think about this when we hear every offseason, like, this guy should be sat for a year. Nobody is drafting a guy high and doing that. It's not happening.
No, and if you are going to do that, you have to be really creative and tailor down your offense. Don't overload that young guy and position him for success. You don't have to throw the whole kitchen sink out there. But, if you are going to go with a young guy, be smart about it. And so if that's what they wanted to do, okay, we'll see what the offensive plan is for him. And you're right, players see it. And, as long as he is getting the plays right in the huddle and knows where to go with the ball and can take care of the football, then okay. But like you said, this is a tough first opponent for him. I don't know if the decision-making was quite on point with this move right now at this timing.
Mike, thank you as always, man. Have a great week.
All right, see you guys.
We will see you, dude. There he goes. Hit that local 53 sounder. Our guy Mitch Tischler joins us to talk about that local foosball team. Grant, question for you before I ask the question of Mitch. You and me are going to play a game, right? And we go 1, 2, 3, shoot. What's that game called?
That's rock, paper, scissors.
Mitch, why'd you call it rock, scissors, paper?
Hey, listen, you guys can call it rock, paper, scissors all you want. It's rock, scissors, paper in my world. And I got to be honest, I was unaware of how ecstatic all of rock, scissors, paper Twitter was to tell me I was wrong.
Yeah,
well, it would be like saying the National League football and then being like, why aren't you guys saying it's weird that
I
I'm
have all
calling
three
it
words.
the National League football? It's the same thing.
Listen, you have your sayings, I have mine. We can agree to disagree. I think it's a little different than National League football, but that's okay. You can feel that way.
All right, stick aside. We got a lot to get to. How long was the trip?
How long was the trip
from your home planet? Like, how long did it take? Was there hibernation? Did you sit in the pod? Come on!
You said stick aside. I thought we were getting ready to.
That's the bait
here.
and switch. That's the bait and switch. Where I pretend there's no
comfortable.
shtick, and then there's actually
he sat you
shtick.
down just to deliver one more blow.
That's like the super shtick lead up right there. They're 4-1. Are they beating the Ravens?
But seriously,
but no, come on.
But seriously, scissors over paper.
I'm
right?
joking around. Where do you recharge your Android parts? Now, the question I have for you. This is actually a serious one. Are they going to beat the Ravens this weekend?
We could play a game of rock, scissors, paper to find out.
I don't know how to play that.
We've never played that. You'll have to explain how it works.
Yeah, what better way to start than now? Listen, I mean, this is a big step up in opponent for the Commanders, and we thought the Browns defense last week was going to be a big step up as well, and obviously that didn't really end up being the case as they were able to move the ball. Listen, we just saw the Ravens play an overtime 41-38 game against the Bengals. Pretty similar game that the Commanders played against the Bengals, a couple of weeks ago. I think you have two teams that are coming in here and, are playing pretty similar football. They give up a lot of points on defense, but they score a lot on offense and put pressure on the other team. I think the Ravens are a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and I think this will be a great litmus test to figure out where the Commanders rank in this pantheon of the National League football.
If they win, what are we going to be saying on Monday?
If they win, we're going to be saying that this team is a favorite for the Super Bowl and that Jaden Daniels is probably the leader for MVP in this league. Not offensive rookie of the year, MVP. And you know what? It would probably be rightfully so because it's been incredible watching what he's done so far this year. And it's for us, we compare it to all the bad quarterback play that we've seen in Washington over the past 20, 30 years. But his play right now is comparable or better than some of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, he's had a better season statistically than Patrick Mahomes has. He's had a better season statistically than Josh Allen has. I think Lamar is the only guy that on paper has put up better numbers than Jaden. And it's tough to wrap our head around the fact that this is the type of player that we're talking about. But if he goes out and finds a way to get this team by Baltimore, I think that's absolutely going to be the conversation come Monday.
Putting you on the spot here a little bit, trying to thread the needle. Give me a player or two that hasn't done a ton yet, but you think is going to at some point. Maybe they have a 5-game stretch where they break out or something coming up here at some point.
Yeah, I think Luke McCaffrey is primed for a breakout spot. There was a deep throw that Jaden made against the Browns when he had pressure in his face that he tried to throw deep to Terry. And had he just kind of rotated his body a little to the left, he would have seen Luke McCaffrey running wide open down the side of the field. But I think we're going to start seeing, kind of the quote unquote number 2 receiver, as much as that's been a discussion, amongst, media and fans with this team. I think we're going to start seeing some of these guys start to separate themselves a little bit. And I think kind of Noah Brown and Luke McCaffrey are the two that I'm kind of keying. Olamide Zaccheaus has done an incredible job so far, but I think Luke has a higher upside. And, I think you look at some of the, when he doesn't have the ball, what Luke McCaffrey is doing. And I think you look at the Austin Eckler touchdown, McCaffrey's blocking all the way downfield, holding those blocks for a long time. And the more stuff that you do away from the ball that shows up on film, the more the coaches are going to want to have you out there and give you opportunities. And I think Luke has a really good chance of breaking out here soon.
Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports. You know him as Mitch, rock, paper, scissors, Tischler. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
I look forward to a rousing game of RSP in the Ravens press box.
Anytime.
Dude, RSP is a great
any
bet.
place, anywhere. Dan Quinn
Let's go.
style. Paint it on the wall. See you, buddy.
Thanks, Mitch.
There's Mitch on our Beltway Blitz. What is the hottest take you actually believe about the Commanders? I think this could actually be a fun segment next. What are you willing to go on record and either predict or say about this team through 5 weeks right now? The hottest, most scalding take that you actually kind of believe. 800-636-1067. We will open up the phones on this next on Grant and Danny. Bucky's football team has a bright future. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. KMLawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. In 30 minutes, Austin Eckler is on the show with us right here at 5 o'clock on G&D. The question for you, couple of lines open. I think this should be fun. What is your hottest Commanders take, your boldest Commanders proclamation after 5 weeks that you actually believe? 800-636-1067. I'm going to give you a couple of examples.
Okay. Yeah, I have one follow-up tweak question.
The first would be Cliff Kingsbury will be the most sought-after head coaching candidate in the 2025 cycle. I think that's pretty bold, right? They could obviously take a big step back in the second half, as his teams offensively normally do. He was a head coach very recently. It didn't go well. But I think, guys like Brian Flores are going to get a job. There's a lot of assistants out there that are trending in the right direction right now. I think Cliff Kingsbury will be the most sought-after head coaching candidate in the 2025 cycle.
That's a good one.
Another one I've got here. I said yesterday I thought the Commanders would win the NFC East. That works, by the way, still. That's bold. They're not favored to. The Eagles are still supposed to. A lot of people are waiting for the other shoe to drop. What about this? The Commanders are good enough to make a deep playoff run. That's a hot take. That's crazy to say out loud. That's one of those things on October 8th that you say it with your chest, you look like a fool a couple months from now. But the hottest take I can give you right here this moment, Danny, that I kind of believe deep down is that this team is very much good enough to, and I could kind of see them stringing playoff wins together.
So when I drop my hot take that I actually believe, I'm not going on record saying this is going to happen. This is almost like bold prediction type stuff where I'm going, this is well within the realm of possibilities no one's talking about.
Yeah,
that's how I'm thinking of it.
This is I could see this happening. It's not crazy. And the caveat is on the back end, you kind of think it might.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
I wouldn't predict it. I'm not putting money on it, but I kind of think it might.
So I got a couple of those. If you'd like to hear them, here go.
Here we go.
Number one, you're looking at a Coach of the Year finalist. That's Dan Quinn. His hat's going to be on backwards when he accepts. Right there. It'll be him. It'll be Kevin O'Connell, a couple other guys. When you inherit a hot garbage fire that won 4 games all last year, then you went ahead and tied that win total through 5 weeks, you're on the radar. You will be the darling of the league. He is a Coach of the Year finalist. That is my first hot take. Similarly, Jaden Daniels will be an MVP finalist. Jaden Daniels is going to finish in the conversation for MVP. I don't believe he'll win it. Somebody else is going to, just because that's how it goes, but he will be a finalist for the
top
MVP.
3. Then.
He'll be a top 3 finisher.
Right now, he's 5th. What's bold about that is you've got him getting closer to the top,
Yes.
not further away.
Mm-hmm.
Those are good. I'll give you one more. This one's a deeper cut. Tyler Biotish right now should be the front runner for first team All-Pro at center. I think he's been that good. Tyler Biotish has been whooping butt and taking names. No penalties. Pressures are scarce. He's gotten everybody lined up correctly and helped Jaden Daniels, a young quarterback with a lot of protections and things. I think Biotish is one of the best players through 5 games that rarely gets talked about on this team right now. You got one more before we hit the phones? 800-636-1067. We're getting to you now.
This defense will finish just outside the top 10 in nearly every meaningful metric.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, if that happens, not only are they winning the division, but they're nobody's going to want to see them in January.
They are marching up the rankings. So they won't finish top 10 in things, but you're going to look up and go, did you notice that? Because their start was so bad that no one's going to think about it this way. But they're going to be in the low teens in a number of meaningful categories.
Oh, when the Skins come marching in. Oh, when the Skins come marching in.
I want to be in that number.
There's another song about them that I'm trying to remember. It goes,
there it is. Yeah. Barbershop style. Fight for our commanders.
Do they have? How many wins do they have right now?
4.
How many losses do they have?
1.
Hit the damn music, Darius. Play it loud. Play it proud. All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. JaVale is in Culpeper. on G&D. What's up, bro?
Grand Danny, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Chilling, man.
So I've been real quiet. On the first 5 weeks. But my hot take is this: if we can go into Baltimore and win, and as I was telling Darius, we don't even have to win. If we're competitive and say Justin Tucker hits a 56-yard field goal with 3 seconds left, or in overtime and we lose, I'll still take it because I'm a firm believer. It takes a solid month of the season, a quarter of the season, to see what teams are, due to the fact that a lot of teams don't play their starters. So I looked at the first 3-4 weeks for Bobby Wagner, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen. I looked at that as their preseason. And we have seen the defense has gotten better week after week after week. And that is Dan Quinn's, that's his thing, is his defense.
Totally.
I think Cliff Kingsbury has done a great job with Jaden Daniels. But what we have seen in the first 5 weeks, you cannot underestimate that what we have seen with Jaden Daniels has never been seen before. It's never been seen before.
It's amazing. He's the first rookie quarterback ever through 5 games to have 1,000 passing, 250 rushing. But to the question, JaVale, so your hot take that you believe right now, the boldest thing you're willing to say today is?
Yes. If we go to Baltimore, win on competitive, we are a top 3 team, and we are a Super Bowl contender.
A Super Bowl contender, Danny. And you know what's wild? If they beat the Ravens and they're 5-1, JaVale's right. They'll be at worst 1 game behind the pace for the best record, on the precipice of the number 1 seed in the conference. You don't get any awards for that. You don't get a piece of candy given to you for that through 6 games. But if you beat Baltimore, not even a great Ravens team, just a team that's the next one and a good one, and you're 7-point underdogs, they're going to have every bit as good a chance as anybody, as of right now, to play in a Super Bowl. Let's go to Duncan in Gainesville.
Wow.
I hope you're ready to make 2 trips to New Orleans this year, because we're going in December to see the Commanders and the Saints, thanks to our buddy Christian Pendleton. I might have to get Christian on the horn to make sure we're lined up for our second.
Do we have budget for the second trip?
Let's make sure that he's keeping some of his ducks in a row just in case we got to go back for the second one. Let's go to Duncan in Gainesville. Hey, buddy.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys.
Yeah, man.
My hot take is I think that the NFL is actually scared of playing the Commanders. And just as we as a fan base have suffered for like a generation of, it's so hard being a Washington fan, I think the rest of the NFL has taken us for granted. And now there's a lot of payback coming. I, for one, would like to see us drop a 63-7 against the New England Patriots for what they did to Gibbs.
I've held on to that. I've held on to it. I love that.
Still thinking about a game against the Joe Gibbs-led Redskins.
My boys and I, we did, this is totally true. This is back when everybody cared. We did a sleepover at my pal's house. We all chipped in. We got an omelet chef for that game. Okay. We all had a big watch party and we lost 63-7. The omelet chef just stood there for an hour after we'd all eaten every omelet we possibly could eat. Everyone was stuffed of omelets, and he just had to be there for another hour while we were all miserable when we got destroyed 63-7. We owe those sons of bitches.
The secondary will be a top 10 unit the rest of the season, according to Gene on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson. At Funny Danny, you want to hit us up. Got another one here from Jeff, who says Steelers-Commanders game in Week 10 gets flexed. That's not bold enough. Jaden Daniels ends up the best quarterback in the NFC this year via Austin. What is your hottest Commanders take that you kind of believe right now? Tom's in McLean on G&D. How are you, Tom?
All right. Hey, how you doing, guys? Thanks for taking our call. I love your show. This is the hottest take on the Commanders. Jaden Daniels will go down in the history of Washington Redskins, Commanders, the football team as the greatest draft pick ever, period.
Well, if he continues to play at the level that he is and he strings MVP awards together and they start getting to NFC championship games and Super Bowls, then you're on to something. By the way, Dan Orlovsky on television on ESPN yesterday, I mentioned this, but he said that Washington will make Super Bowls because of Jaden Daniels.
And he did that right on the end.
Yeah, there was a plural, like an S on the end of the word.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the Mahomes effect is what he's suggesting. where you got the guy, so now you get to go to Super Bowls. The Burrow Bengals thing. That is basically what he was saying. A couple calls ago, he said teams are scared of Washington. I don't know if they're scared of playing them as a entity altogether, but they're certainly scared of this offense if they're a defense. How could you not be? They are the number 1 scoring team in the NFL. 155 points. By the way, the Ravens are second. 147. Bring on Sunday, please. Andrew's in Alexandria. What's up, Andrew?
Oh, my God. I'm so happy to get taken on. I've never gotten a phone call taken, but long story short, he's already sealed up Rookie of the Year as long as he doesn't, screw up or get hurt. But I think he's really got a shot at, no legend lasts forever. So the Jim Brown thing is the rookie MVP, I think is seriously in discussion if he keeps up. I mean, the man's good. And one last thing I want to say is my father was in the Redskin band for years, all the way through the RFK ending, and he's very ill in the hospital right now. So to Frank Eckler, God bless you, sir. Thank you for your time. We remember the Neil Olkowitz, Monty Coleman, Dave Butts, all those days. I think they're back, guys. I think they're back.
Well, we appreciate you for the call. A first-time caller.
Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
And I hope all is well with
wishing
your
him well.
pops. Hopefully a big game on Sunday makes him feel a little bit better. Certainly the last month hasn't hurt with the locals going 4-0 and blowing people out a couple of straight weeks. But he said he's already wrapped up Rookie of the Year. That's bold because there's so much football left. Three quarters of a season. Caleb Williams was great, had 300 yards and a few touchdowns this weekend. You have a few of those, all of a sudden your passing numbers are going to move past Jaden's, and now we start doing but Daniels, you got to add the rushing, and it just becomes closer. Bo Nix, I don't think he's in the conversation, but
he had his best game this weekend.
He played really, really well, and they've won 2 of their last 3. Obviously, Malik Neighbors didn't play with a concussion, but prior to that, he was on pace for 1 catch fewer than the NFL record.
But it wouldn't be crazy that Daniels would have to miss a game or something. I mean, too much happens.
They just rest starters for all of December, something like that. If they did that, then what do, right?
Well.
You got to start considering these things.
Mm-hmm.
You may have forgotten, Danny, they didn't play in the fourth quarter.
No, they didn't.
At all.
Would have been nice to accumulate some more stats.
Did you go for the Heisman where you just keep playing Jaden Daniels in the fourth quarter, or is he only playing 3 quarters against everybody else's 4 quarters? I mean, these are some of the problems that he may have in his
the issues you run into.
I think it was 52 that you had a rookie MVP in Jim Brown. Does that year sound right?
Sounds, yeah. I mean, I couldn't tell you one or the other, but yeah.
Jim Brown, the only rookie to ever win MVP, and I believe it was 52. It was early 50s. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Christopher?
What's going on, gentlemen? I have a couple of hot takes. One, not so hot. This is like a jalapeno hot take. Not so hot, but the gold pants, those are straight fire, guys. But a little bit hotter take that I think is going to be tough for one Grant or Danny to swallow is that the more wins, the less complaints we're going to get about the dumb stadium and the dumb name. And we're going to be stuck with them for a little bit longer than I think you guys like.
Well, the stadium is already, they've basically said, going to be the stadium until they open the new one in 2030. Are you saying you think it goes beyond that? Like they start taking their time even more than they already have?
No, Josh Harris can walk and chew gum, but I'm saying, like, we're going to stop hearing people complain about the stupid stadium when it's sold out and Jaden Daniels is throwing 41-yard bombs to Terry McLaurin every Sunday.
So you know what's funny about that, Chris? And I have not asked many people, but my wife went to the game, longtime season ticket holder, on Sunday. And I asked her what how it was, and it was just rave reviews. Oh, we had so much fun. It was amazing. Our tailgate was the biggest it's been in years. They used to have 50 people in 2012. It's been down to like 4 of them sitting around in, like, I'm not even doing a bit, by the way. It's the saddest thing ever when like 4 people are in little folding chairs, eating bags of chips or whatever.
Yeah, they might as well be camping.
But they had a picture of like another dozens of 40, 50 people at this tailgate they were doing. She had a blaster in the game. All they did was watch long home run passes and touchdowns and a lot of points. And the only thing she texted me during the whole game that was like a complaint was like, there was no paper towels in the women's bathroom or whatever the one little thing was. But my point is, I didn't hear one time about the stadium being terrible.
Yep.
I didn't hear that maybe Northwest Stadium is just awesome. Like FedEx Field was awful. We all know that. FedEx Field stunk. But this new stadium that they built, this new ownership group built, Northwest Stadium, is a really, really good stadium.
It's a fine place. Nothing but wins there.
What's your hottest Commanders take that you kind of believe? Grant and Danny on the Fan. is on the show in 10 minutes at 5 o'clock here on Grant and Danny. You can stream us wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Pause and rewind the show. Listen around D.C. on 106.7, in Richmond on 910 or 105.1. Watch us on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. Can't wait to talk to Eckler. That segment has been just a blast, and people love it. He's great. He's as good a regular as we've had on this show in our 10 years together. Fired up to talk to him at 5. Right now, we're asking you, what is your hottest Commanders take that you actually believe, as they are 4-1? Brad in D.C., what do you got?
Yeah, what's going on, Grant and Danny? How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
I like this show. I love the show. This is my favorite show on the radio.
Thank you, sir.
That means a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, Brad. Yeah, he's gonna win the MVP, and I know the caller said it before, but he's gonna win the MVP. That necessitates us being really, really good, and he's just special. He's just special. He's so fast. He makes every throw. He's super accurate. He makes every throw where the throw is supposed to be. He's just so special, and we should all be grateful to witness this.
Well, so far, it's just breathtaking. I don't think he'll win the MVP, but the fact that you can say it and mean it, and it's a legitimate thing. He's 5th in sports books odds right now at some places. 5th. Top 5 in the league as an MVP candidate. I mean, that is astounding, and it's a real thing. I get it. It's a good call. Dave in Woodbridge, what's good?
Hey, guys. Little different spin. So mine is just relief because I feel we have our next Bobby Beathard. It's what I've wanted for over 30 years. Somebody that knows how to judge talent. And my little 1B, since no one's mentioned it, is, hey, don't look now. We have a kicker.
Yeah, especially if he never has to kick longer than 45, he'll be automatic. I still don't know if he's any good, but he makes every extra point from 33, and he makes all the field goals from around 40.
There was a college game this past weekend, by the way, I happened to be tuning into where a kid kicked a 59-yarder. I'm going, it's even in college at this point where they're this good. But that's a good one. But in terms of Peters, vis-a-vis Beathard,
Adam Beathard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the best players; it's the right players. And I know that's so cliche, but you find guys that fit more important necessarily than the guy with the most talent.
I always wanted a great talent evaluator. What I just needed was a general manager.
Mm-hmm.
I'll worry about how good they are later, but give me the correct structure. Like, you could have hired a GM and it could have been the wrong hire and he wasn't very good, but at least you had a GM. Peters built an incredible front office. Such a good group with Newmark and Sosna and the guys that he put together in that front office. It's one of the best in the sport, one of the most beloved, kind of from outsiders who know who's young and sharp and ascending. They really, really like what he built. And the proof's in the pudding with the players that they brought in this offseason. Luke and Ward Off, you're on Grant and Danny. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? I love the show. Listen, I want to help Danny out with this name because I know he's still teetering back and forth. This name is a problem because it's a bold name. We never had anybody in the building who can command. We've always been average or below average, and we've been sucky ever since. So now that we have somebody to command it, it's starting to fit. So
I think this might win you over, Danny.
Let the man finish.
It just took this call to win him over, Luke. You did it.
I think it is. And my bold prediction is not only are we going to beat the crap out of the Ravens, we're going to be number 1 in the East. And I think the Commanders fans need to stop being passive, start booking your hotel, or at least reserving it, because we got somewhere to go come Super Bowl time. Love you guys.
Hey, by the way, Luke,
thank you, buddy.
Left hand up. Who are you?
Oh, it's a shame he dropped off.
That's too
Would have been able to respond to that, whatever that is.
So did he convince you that the Commanders is actually a great name?
No, he didn't. And I appreciate the effort, though. We're doing all sorts of things to justify it in our minds. By the way, the battle is over. I'll tell you that right now. My forces have retreated, and we are regrouping.
I don't know if the war is over, but you have lost the battle.
Yeah, we got our hind parts kicked, and we are in full retreat. And I'll take it, by the way.
Commanders is here to stay.
You win some football games. You beat people in prime time. You don't embarrass me. Call yourself whatever you want.
The name thing is so weird, though.
Yeah.
I tweeted something yesterday, and I said the Commanders, I don't remember what it was. Let's say it was a stat. Said the Commanders are 4-1, whatever. And some guy goes, why are you selling so hard for the new name? I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you're using Commanders. I said, it's the name of the team, dummy. Like, what do you want me to say, sir? Washington? Always use Washington? That's first of all, that sounds weird. Am I talking about the Huskies or the Commanders? But also, I'm just using the team's name. When they name themselves something else, I'll use that too. That's kind of where I'm at on it. But he's like, why are you using the name? 'Cause that's what they are.
Yeah. Why are you calling me by my name? Because that's my name. Yeah.
The whole thing is strange.
Yeah, the whole thing's dumb.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Austin Eckler joins us next live right here on the Fan. 6:30, it's Grant and Danny on the Fan, and it is time right now to welcome onto the show our buddy Austin Eckler for our weekly Tuesday appointment. He joins us every Tuesday right at 5 o'clock to give us trusted insight from a trusted insider, presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Austin was back on Sunday against the Browns, and he was big back. How about a 50-yard run, a 33-yard reception, some nice work on kick returns as well. Austin, welcome back to the show, and welcome back to the playing field where you made a big impact, dude.
What's going on, boys? Hey, that is my job. So that is, something that I've been known for. I have to continue to hold the reputation, but it definitely felt good to be back out with the boys.
At the risk of going all Chris Farley next to Paul McCartney, which might be too dated of a reference for a young person like yourself, this is the terrible question I'm about to ask. I love watching you play football. Like, I love it. You to me are what, like, I've always wanted in a running back, and now you're here doing the thing, and I don't even know what to do with my hands. That's all. Again, not a great question. What's your response to that?
Well, look, I think there's been a reason that I've been playing in this league for 8 years now, and apparently it's because I can be efficient, but not only that, but be exciting on the field as well. And so when you can put those two together, you usually hang around a little bit longer. So I'm glad I can continue to share some of my work on the field with the city of the DMV area, I should say. So thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, man.
We'll get into some of the specifics of your Banter performance, but broadly, the team is 4-1. The town is abuzz. We have not experienced this. This team has not had this record since 2008. It's the second time since 1999. If you guys were able to beat Baltimore on Sunday, you'll be 5-1. That has not happened here since 1996. How do you feel about the progress you guys have made and where you're at right now at the beginning of what a lot of us thought was going to be a rebuild for Peters and Quinn?
Yeah, I think an important message that Dan Quinn told us when we came into the building back in OTAs is we are not here to rebuild. Like that is not even in the vocabulary. Like, we were hired, there's a lot of us that are new to the program at that time, like 60 of us, 30 of us have made it. But he mentioned we are here and hired to win right now. Like, we are here and hired to win games right now, because that is what the NFL demands. And that is what, Adam and ownership has put together, a team that they feel can win right now. And we didn't know how that was going to play out. You kind of go through that culture change, you go through the chemistry change. There's a lot of new things you kind of are, anticipating, but don't really know until you start getting into regular season. And we got a good group. It's been coming together for us. We got a lot of veterans. It's been a journey that is not to be expected, but not unexpected as well, because we expect to win games, right? We don't expect to always, win like we're winning, which is great when we can do that. But we definitely expect to win games. And so it's been what we've wanted. And however we can get a win, we're going to continue to do just that and keep scrapping it out.
Austin, when Dan Quinn said that, what was the setting? Was it like the first meeting? And then also, I'm sure coaches say that even where they're rebuilding. Like, did you buy that right away? Rookie quarterback, 30 new faces, 4-win team last year. What was your mindset on that?
Look, I had been on a team last year where we had high hopes for us to go to the playoffs because we just made it to the playoffs the year before. And we came out and we won 5 games. And we had all the talent. We had, everything we thought we needed, and it didn't happen. And so now I'm in a new environment where there's a lot of veterans around that have won a lot of games, a lot of new coaches around, a brotherly type environment where we're talking culture. Culture is being coached where it's, hey, I love working here. I love getting up in the morning and going into work and seeing the boys and competing together with this group of men. And so when you start to build that culture, you start to really buy into, like, yeah, I think we got something special here. Like, we haven't played at that point yet, but when we were talking, like, when we were having those conversations, but you could really feel like this was just a great place to come in and work. And it was really an environment that was inviting. And so when you have that type of environment and some players to go along with it, and a rookie quarterback that's been playing like he's been playing, it's a combination for a lot of good things. So I definitely believed it. You got to build it, though. It's not something that just happens. But I think we did just that during the offseason.
Austin Eckler with us here on Grant and Danny. I was about to ask you about Brian Robinson. I know he was banged up last week with that knee, and then he ends up, basically not playing much in the second half. Is that something you get a heads up on? Like, obviously, you don't plan on being up by, 30 points, whatever the heck it was. This is the NFL. That rarely happens. I guess unless it's you guys beating the brakes off of people. But is that something that you were aware of beforehand, Austin, where, hey, you and Jeremy might go a little bit more because Brian Robinson's kind of nursing this knee, or is that just kind of a flow thing?
Yeah, in the NFL, there's a lot of questions around injuries and things like that, and it really is a flow thing. Like, you don't know how someone's going to react, how they're doing, how they're, going through the game. Did it get worse? Is it still feeling fine? So you just prepare as if you're going to play the entirety of the game. And I know Jeremy's doing the same thing. He's been playing well too. I'm super proud of our running back room, not only at the running back position, but Jeremy, I know, had like 4 tackles on special teams. So I'm like, man, like, our running back room, I'm so proud of the way we're playing and just attacking it. And so going back to the injuries, like, it's part of the game, especially in the running back room. And so for us, like I mentioned, we're all preparing, like, we're going to be starting the entirety of the game. So regardless of what happens, if someone goes down, if someone's playing well, we're all ready to go.
Last week, one of the things that you wanted to bring up, just as an aside to our normal conversation, was how you thought it was pretty impressive how physically you guys were walloping people on special teams. I can't tell you how many times I thought about that. I mean, there were some monster hits in coverage this weekend. Again, I mean, it is pretty wild.
It's unreal now.
How physical
I'm telling you. Watch, I'm sure you guys, remember that. And if you're new listening, like, watch our kickoff team. Like, they are absolutely relentless. And, like, I tell them every time I'm watching the kickoff on special teams meet, I'm like, I am so glad that I do not have to go against our kickoff team, because, oh my goodness, they are flying down the field. And it's like, is someone going to block these people? Because, I mean, I haven't seen anyone really do a good job at it yet. So, definitely one that, usually I'm sitting down on the bench because I'm just relaxing. I'd stand up and I'm like, okay, I gotta watch this action because it's about to be so exciting, because our kickoff team is all over the place. So definitely something to watch.
The 50-yard run you ripped off was the longest here, I believe, since 2020 at least. Walk me through that play. What worked out so well?
Yeah, they had been, just really downhill most of the game. And so, we were trying to attack an edge on that play and did just that. And sure enough, they were downhill again. And when you attack an edge, if you come downhill, there's going to be some air. And sure enough, there was some air, got out pretty free, got up on the safety, trying to get these legs going as fast as I can. I got a safety one-on-one, make him miss. And then I'm running down the field. Everyone else is running down the field. This is something else that I thought was pretty cool about our team, because I end up fumbling the ball, right? We always talk about the one that you can't see is the one that's going to cause the fumble, because I'm looking inside and this guy's on my right on the outside and he punches it out. But my team is pursuing, and that's something that we've been coaching since training camp, is everybody run to the ball. Like, you never know when the play is going to be, when you need to be there to recover a fumble or to, push someone in the end zone or make the play positive. So you have to treat every play like it's that play. And sure enough, OZ, who was on the other side of the field, sprinting down the field, ended up jumping on the fumble with me and securing it. And so it was a great run, great block. I got to obviously don't put the damn ball on the ground. Austin, come on. Make sure I secure that. I'll get that fixed this week. And just a great effort play from our entire football team on offense.
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. So, Austin, again, just want your thoughts on this. I thought Cleveland's defense was pretty impressive early. 5 of the first 6 plays were either for 0 gain or a bit negative. There's this one Jaden Daniels-McLaurin shot to kind of change things up there. But I thought they were impressive. And yet you guys still put 24 points up on them in this first half. Did you feel that at first? Kind of there, as you said, they were downhill. Looked like they were getting to the backfield a little bit. They were disruptive, and they're pressing you guys. And there's a counter for that, too. It's just a feeling you have watching it. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to give credit to them for, I think we had, unfortunately for us, like 11 negative plays, which is not good. But fortunate for us, we had a bunch of bigger plays, that we haven't seen as many as we've had in that game in the past, right? We'd have a couple splash plays in here, but we were really chunking down the field in some of our other games. And this one, it was big chunk. And then we would, try to get ourselves in the end zone or end up kicking a field goal on a couple of those. Want to try to always obviously end up in the end zone. And so it was just a different way. It was a different way that we showed, hey, we can have big plays if we need to have big plays, if that's the type of day that it's going to go. And I think Jaden is, one of showing himself as, hey, he can make it happen. Like the one you spoke about, the one to Terry, there's definitely supposed to be a sack,
right.
And then out of some, some luck and some athleticism, the 2 defenders run into each other and he, gets out of it and bombs it down the field to Terry, for whatever that was, 50-yarder, 60-yarder, something like that. And so being able to have just players that can stay alive on the play, even if it's starting to break down and make things happen is what you see good teams doing. You know, you think of especially the best quarterbacks, you know, like Pat Mahomes is obviously the best at it right now. And then, you know, Josh Allen's another one of those guys that, you know, starts to break down. And now we're saying we're going to start putting Jaden definitely in that conversation as he's been doing it now this last week and just with his legs for the entirety of the season. So it's really exciting time for us too, where we see, hey, okay, it's not all going well. Guess what? Hey, we have playmakers out here that can make plays and get us back in the game.
Austin Eckler giving us trusted insight. He's our trusted insider, presented by IT Cadre here on Grant and Danny. Every Tuesday, make sure you listen to Austin right here at 5 o'clock with us exclusively on the Fan. On the 4th and 2 that set up the first points of the game for you guys, you come from motion from the left, jet action. Were you supposed to go all the way around like a sweep? Because Sinnott kind of gets knocked into the backfield, holds his block, but you L-cut into – there's a little lane, but you make a couple guys miss. You end up getting like 10 yards on that play. Was the design that L-cut right there, or was that ad-lib?
Well, the design is to get the first down first. However you get it, doesn't matter. But ideally, yeah, if we can set the edge right there, hopefully we can run around the edge. That didn't happen. We had a little bit of penetration. As we said, hey, these guys were coming downhill, and it definitely showed up on that play. And fortunately, I was able to, you know, put on the brakes and get outfield immediately. And yeah, like you said, made a couple guys miss, and then was one away. Oh, so close, so close. It seems like everyone was scoring. I couldn't get my butt in the end zone, but I was one away. The freaking shoestring tackle pulled me down at like the 4 or 5 yard line, but set up B-Rob to run it in for the next play. So gave him a little love on that one. But yeah, it was definitely designed to go out. But like I said, hey, you got to be able to make plays, and that's what we need from our guys. Hey, stuff breaks down, stuff's not looking good. How can we stay alive? How can we make it work? And that's another example of that.
That was a tremendous play. It was a great run by you. You guys, by the way, are now 8 for 8 on 4th down this year. And it almost seems like the 3rd down play calling and execution, I don't want to say changes because of that or the cheat code that is Jaden. There was another play later where I feel like guys were watching him and he goes read option and you guys move the chains. Just what does that do for your offense when all of a sudden on a 3rd and long, you might only need to get 7 or 8 because you know DQ is going to keep you out there and nobody stopped you on 4th down?
Yeah, you know, it's not just on 4th down, but our offense, you got to guard us all over the place. You got to guard Jaden for the run. We got guys that can go deep. We got, you know, us in the running and back position that have been having success on the ground too. So just guarding and playing good defense the entire game in the NFL is not necessarily easy when you have an offense like ours where you have to defend everything. Like eventually something's going to break down somewhere as long as we're continuing to play at that high level. And so, on 4th down, obviously it's another down. It's the last down if you don't get it. But for us, it's okay, let's execute. Let's continue to keep them and spread them out, keep them on their toes. They have no idea where we can hit them from because we can hit from so many different angles. And that's one of the beauties of our offense and why we've been having so much success is because it's not just one guy, right? There's several people all across the board that are having success. And when you have that, it's fun to watch, as you can see, and you know helps you build confidence in your coaching staff. Like, hey, if it's 4th down, yeah, we're going, let's do it. And that's what you're seeing with DQ and Cliff, you know, making us or putting us in positions to win on those 4th downs.
Austin, my last one for you. Big game this week, man. This is you guys are obviously playing really good football. Ravens have been there. That's a really good team. It's probably the game of the week in the NFL. Just talk about that and what do you guys need to do to come out with a dub?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, absolutely. Like you said, you know, another great football team. So looking forward to this head-to-head matchup. It's going to be exciting, you know, just like all games are for us. And I think it's going to be a good test because, you know, the Ravens are well respected as far as what they've been able to do kind of, you know, coming into the season with Lamar and, you know, the rest of their, you know, playmakers on offense and defense. And so it's going to be one of those tests where, hey, we're head to head, we're on a roll, they're on a roll. I think they've won like 3 in a row now. So this is what the NFL is about. It's about, hey, let's do good on good and see who can come out and, you know, win the battle. And if it's close, if it's not, hey, it's about going out there, giving it out all we can and hoping for the best. And so just like coming into the season, no idea how it's going to play out. I have no idea how this is going to play out, but I do know, and I can promise you this, we're going to give everything we can to continue to put on a show and score some dang points on offense and give ourselves the best chance to win this game.
Make sure you're following Austin on social. Does a really good job on Twitter and the other outlets on Austin Eckler. I think you do jersey giveaways. I know you sign jerseys every week.
Oh yeah. So I appreciate all the fan love out there, and so I know you guys don't always get to see that from us because we're kind of behind closed doors, and so that's a little thing I do on Instagram and Twitter is do a jersey giveaway every single week. So if you want to join in, it's free. It's just a token of my appreciation.
Well, we appreciate you,
awesome, man.
It's been great having you on the show every week. We're looking forward to this relationship this year and to you guys continuing to roll. We don't really know what to do with ourselves right now, but we're just going to keep yelling on Sundays.
Hey, that's all we can ask for. Just keep cheering and just enjoy the moment, man, and let's continue to push forward together.
Austin
Appreciate
Eckler
you, Austin.
on Grant and
Yep,
Danny
thanks, boys.
here on The Fan, joining us every single Tuesday at 5 o'clock. He is presented by IT Cadre. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. Next on G&D, as we take you up to 6:30 on The Fan, we've talked a little bit about this matchup coming up with the Baltimore Ravens. We'll give you our first feel on the game right here on Grant and Danny.
there, Lamar Jackson. The playmaking with his feet is spectacular. And automatically, you're like, this team's going to contend for Super Bowls because of this young player. The passing, the timing of their pass game has gone up. Their zone read offense right now is
crazy.
You're getting like 5 yards a clip, and that's a bad play. They run the ball well with Brian Robinson. His connection with those receivers, he's unfazed. Nothing phases this young man.
That's Dan Orlovsky of ESPN. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hopefully you enjoyed Austin Eckler. We also had Louis Riddick, speaking of ESPN analysts like Dan Orlovsky, stop by today. Riddick was on the show right at 3 o'clock. Ravens on Sunday, 1 o'clock game in Baltimore. Nationally televised window at 1 o'clock. Romo and Nance, the A-team. And not because of who Washington's playing or because that was the last game left that they could get to. They literally had to fight NBC to keep the game because they want Commanders Ravens that badly on CBS.
Yeah, spread open at 8, 7.5, depends on your book. It's down to 6.5, where the Commanders are heavy underdogs in this one. And this is the marquee matchup. The guy that is the two-time MVP Lamar Jackson, who is knocking on the door of trying to get by Pat Mahomes, which nobody really has done. To try to get to a Super Bowl for a team that's perennially really good, and then the new kid on the block that's trying to get there. And this is must-see television. Like, this is the game of the week as far as I'm concerned, not just because I have a vested interest in who wins or loses, but this is the most interesting game in football this weekend.
So what's your first feel on this game? You've been much higher on Baltimore this year than I have. The Ravens come in. I mean, there's a case to be made. They could have beat the Chiefs. They could have beat the Raiders. There's a couple wins found. They easily probably should have lost to the Bengals. I don't know if you saw the hold issue that they had in overtime. They could easily right now, after being 2-2 going into yesterday or Sunday, they could be 2-4 as we speak going into Washington. But they are getting their footing. They've won 3 straight. They played some decent teams, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals. And now this defense that just gave up a ton of yards and 38-plus points to the Bengals, should have been 41 if the field goals made in overtime, has to deal with the number 1 offense in the league in that kid, Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, it's strange, right? I mean, with the Ravens, what they've done over the last several years is they've been excellent against the run because it's always Baltimore, and they've had great pass defense. They've always struggled to put that. I say always. Lately, they've struggled to pressure the quarterback over the last several seasons. Well, now that's not the case. They're getting destroyed through the air at this point. I mean, carved up in terms of passing yards allowed. Dak Prescott went for huge numbers against them, and a part of that was that furious comeback, but Joe Burrow just put up video game numbers against them. You can throw it on this team way more than you're used to seeing, and they're pretty good against the run. In fact, they're really good against the run. So it's an interesting test here for Washington. Now, you could argue they've been good against the run. They haven't been good against Washington's run. They haven't been good against a team that can run the ball like Washington can, right? With all due respect to the Chiefs, Raiders, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, they don't have Washington's run game. Nobody does, except for the team in their own locker room, right? It has a rushing game that effective. So it'll be interesting. But if it plays out as it is on paper, this is a great test for Washington's offense.
Totally.
Because Baltimore's going to put up some points. That's Lamar Jackson. That's Derrick Henry. This is regular season. When guys are healthy, they'll do just fine against you. This is can you win this kind of game where the thing that you want to do and have done best, kind of that easy button, the run game being ahead of the sticks, that 4, 5, 6 on first down or something easy, maybe taken away from you to a degree. And you might have to go a different way against a good opponent on the road. Can you do that? I think the answer is yes, by the way, but it's a great test.
So well said. I mean, for me, I lick my lips and salivate over the possibility to get some real answers on what's going to happen when it's not 72 and sunny. And specifically in this kind of situation, like, to me, it's about figuring out what scenarios can Washington thrive in. And we're getting those answers little by little, one by one here. But if the Ravens are to shut down the running game, let's say they do a really good job on the Jaden Daniels keeper stuff, which the Browns, by the way, started out doing beautifully on all of his read option, keepers, all the stuff around the edge. His first 3 runs were all for negative yards, if you remember.
Yeah.
I think he had 4 runs for like -3 at one point. He ended up running for 88 yards, ripped off a 34-yarder, a 23-yarder, had some explosives. But those were more on scrambles.
But Cleveland
anyway.
was ready for every read option look, it seemed like, right? When it was faking, looked like an inside handoff or something from the gun, and he's bowing out to the right for what's been a free 7 or 8. They were stacked up. They were there.
Played it perfectly.
Yeah.
Now, the Ravens practice against Lamar Jackson. You would think they'd be really well prepared based on that to deal with Jaden Daniels and that RPO stuff that Washington's going to use. But if they're able to shut down the run and Washington's got to beat them through the air, they should be able to.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they give up 280 yards per game, 31st. They give up 7.5 yards per play, 27th. They have been terrible in the secondary. You accentuated and documented this pretty well. But we have not seen Washington have to win a game that way. They ran the ball and did kind of whatever they wanted on the ground against Arizona. They did win the game more, I would say, through the air against Cincinnati. But that was almost like the death by paper cut where Brian Robinson didn't have a big game, but Jaden Daniels scrambled. They got some big runs from Austin Eckler, I guess that was right before McNichols took over. But Eckler hit the 24-yarder for the touchdown. Like they got some explosives along the way.
Yeah, the McLaurin deep shot, but for the most part, it's the close to the line of scrimmage stuff, but they did it really well.
But I'm not even talking. I'm saying just in terms of when they've been able to run the ball.
Uh-huh.
I think the Bengals took it away some, and they won, and they scored a lot, and they did have the downfield explosive stuff, throwing the football. But mostly this season, they've been able to run it when they wanted to. That's why they're the number 2 rushing offense in the league.
Yes.
I want to see what it looks like if they can't run it. And maybe we'll get to this week because you're playing a team that gives up 3.05 per carry, best in the league, and only 60.4 per game, best in the league right now. Is Baltimore's run defense that good, or is their opponent a factor there?
I think it's both.
So far, they've played the Bengals, who want to throw the ball, the Bills, who want to throw the ball, the Cowboys, who cannot run the ball, the Chiefs, actually with Isaiah Pacheco in week 1, that's a pretty good running team, and the Raiders are actually a pretty physical running team. So I would say it's a mixed bag. They played some decent running teams.
Yeah, they gave up 27 yards on the ground to the Raiders. I say that again, 27 yards on the ground for the game to the Raiders.
But isn't
pretty
that
good.
This where, and I'm not saying you don't respect Jaden Daniels because he's throwing the ball all over the place. Like you're playing Gardner Minshew that week, and you go, beat us. And by the way, he did. Him and Devontae Adams had a field day in the fourth quarter. But they might have done that. That to me is what I would try to do and see what happens. I can't give Washington both. So I am not letting you run the ball. If you want to stick with it, Cliff Kingsbury, God bless you. You're going to go 20 for 50 on the ground. But Daniels is going to have to win downfield and from the pocket. That's the other thing nobody's been able to do, and it's way easier said than done. Keep Jaden Daniels in the pocket. His numbers are unbelievable when he gets out of the pocket. Finds guys, he extends plays, he goes down the field. I don't know how you keep him in the pocket. I'm not smart enough to coordinate that for you. But if the Ravens are able to, maybe that's the answer against an offense that hasn't been stopped.
So 9.5 sacks between Owe and Kyle Van Noy. Then you add in, Matabuke, Kyle Hamilton, who's all over the field. This is a defense with talent, with good pieces. But the fact that they've been that bad against the pass is rather stunning, I would say. We're used to seeing them with Humphrey and a bunch of other guys in that secondary just play good coverage, but they're getting after the passer a little bit. So that's going to be another big test. Washington passed their most recent one with flying colors. You recall Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year candidate, with a big fat zilch on the score sheet. So
by the way, Burrow 392 and 5.
Yeah.
I know they played in overtime, but still
that a lot of that's a regulation. 370 something a regulation.
We watched Dak shred them.
Yep.
Now they were playing from behind. Maybe you could, carve it up that way, is make an excuse in that regard, but they couldn't force an incompletion as the Cowboys came back in that game.
So at first, watching that game, because we were in Cincinnati watching it that afternoon.
Yeah, with Kia and Wasim, our guys, the law firm, kmlawyers.com.
Yeah, and we're going, okay, this is just because the Ravens are playing prevent, it's getting away from them, whatever. Well, now you get future data points, and you go, that wasn't just because they're playing prevent. That's because their pass defense has been god-awful through several weeks. And that's been the case. That's held true. That's why they're not elite yet, in my mind. There's a lot of track record here for me in Baltimore. I basically just trust them to be good. They fill, names that aren't household names become them, because that's what this program does. They win double-digit games every year. They're just a really well-run organization who lost a lot this past offseason and haven't hit the ground running just yet. So this is a tough test. You can see, by the way, the fact that the line opened at 8 or 7.5, depends on your book, and it's now still down to 6.5. There's okay, now you guys are stepping up in difficulty level right here. Whether you agree with that or not, that's the perception. That's kind of the pulse.
I think Washington will be able to move the ball and will be able to score. I actually like this to end up being a bit of a shootout, to be honest with you. Both of these offenses are much better than the defenses. I'm pretty confident in saying I don't think the Commanders' defense will stop the Ravens' offense. I hope for one of those Lamar Jackson turnover games where he inexplicably has just 2 lost, loses a fumble running, gets hit in the pocket and gets a sack fumble, maybe throws a pick, and you get 3 turnovers and you can win like a 23-20 kind of game. But I think the Ravens are going to be able to move the football. You know what the total is in this game?
I haven't seen it yet, no.
52.5. Over 50 means you're expecting a lot of points. There's only one other game this week over 50. It's an identical 52.5, and it's Lions-Cowboys.
Yeah, nobody can stop anybody in that game either.
So pretty clearly what the expectation is both of these offenses are going to be very comfortable, and that's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, and it's, by the way, it's not your conventional shootout. It's not greatest show on turf against Manning's Colts either. You know what I mean? It's two teams that are averaging 200 yards rushing a week, give or take, doing this, putting up points on the board. It's going to be fascinating, man. I mean, this is one of those where if Washington loses and is not competitive, it'll be a bummer, right? But you'll go, okay, everyone's got one. Everyone's got those, right? Nobody in this league, save for Minnesota and Kansas City, has gotten through a game where they haven't looked absolutely horrendous. Even the good teams, even teams that we know are good, that with deposits in the bank, have had a, that was the matter with you. Houston, who is nasty, went on the road to Minnesota and looked like they'd never met each other. Got beat 34-7. Everyone's had a, what the hell's wrong with you kind of a game. That's all it's going to feel like. It's not going to feel like that much of a setback if they drop this one. If they're competitive, win, lose, or draw, I think it's going to go a long way to kind of continuing to validate when you're in this new space, right? You've moved further than you've been in some time here as this organization, where there are legitimate good feelings that are well-earned. If you lose on the road to a Super Bowl contender, which a lot of people still think Baltimore is, in that building as they've kind of backed themselves into a corner, needing to kind of get some momentum going after kind of a lousy start. If you drop this one competitively, it's still another good drop in the bucket.
So they are a Super Bowl contender, I would say, and they're also, in my opinion, not that good. But that
at the same time, yeah,
the league. I mean, I would say the same thing before last night about the Chiefs. Honestly,
That's a good
they've
point.
been unimpressive. The Lions have not had style points really until their last win. I'm just not sure that there are great teams right now. I think this is kind of the trend in what the league wants, and we're seeing it play out right now. What is your first feel, though, out there in listener land on Commanders-Ravens? At 800-636-1067. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines. They are big underdogs. That is telling, I would say. There's this expectation for the first time that didn't exist against Cleveland externally. Maybe we felt it just because we've been around this town for a long time. But like the odds makers are actually saying this is the week where the Commanders look very human. Are you buying that? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for hanging out with us. Go get yourself your No Punt Offense t-shirt.
The NPO.
I love the design of the shirts. Basically, it's just the word punt with a line right through it like a no smoking sign. In the nation's capital, we're known for a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of politics stuff that happens
Yeah,
here.
that's that one.
We got some important buildings, monuments, and such.
Speed cameras.
And Danny Rouillet, we are known around these parts for not punting in football games.
You know who's bored most of the time? Tressway. Tressway is a professional holder and high fiver. That's what he does. What'd you do at the game today, Tress? I high-fived, had signature handshakes with several special teams guys after kickoff returns, because our team scores and they got to return the kickoff. And then he holds for Austin Seibert, Cybertron.
Commanders, Ravens, Sunday. The question for you guys at 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener line. There are a few lines open. What is your first feel? Mine is, I think it'll be high scoring. I think both offenses will be able to move the ball consistently, and I think it will be a very close game. I really do like Washington plus points. I think this is a one-possession football game. I could see it coming down to the fourth quarter. And if that's the case, Justin Tucker, advantage over Austin Seibert, more length in the leg, greatest kicker of all time. Even though Tucker has missed some big kicks this year, he did hit the game winner in overtime from deep, and he sent the game to overtime with a long field goal. But in a close game, I would probably give the edge to Baltimore at home, but I think it's going to be tight. And just saying that as they're 4-1 playing a 3-2 Ravens team tells you the whole story, doesn't it? It tells you they've arrived. This is real. This is not some fluke.
I got a similar feel, to be honest with you. I think I'd probably, if I had to pick it now, would say Washington to cover, but maybe not to win. I mean, there's just too much data, too many deposits in the bank for me on the Ravens. I know they haven't played great this year, but I've seen them do so well so often and win these kinds of games. Just have a little bit more in the plan, have a little bit more to slow you down or stop you. Also, by the way, Baltimore always plays these kind of, I don't know how to say this better, but them in Seattle always seem to play weird games where there's, plays that you never seen, penalties you never seen called. John Harbaugh has like a rule stipulation argument with somebody. 17 guys reported eligible that didn't.
Those, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like there's always something unusual where like you're going to see Nance and Romo's going to squeal 7. I never seen that before, Jim. Golly. And it's going to be weird, right? I just feel like it's always weird up there.
I'm glad that you get to watch Tony Romo this weekend. That's what I'm happy about.
Volume will be down low.
I mean, nobody dislikes Tony Romo on the call more than you do. It's a little bit much. He is not as good as he once was. Mm-hmm. He is aggressively okay. And he is campy and fun. He's kind of entertaining. It's not a distraction or a negative. It's just he doesn't add a lot. But in Danny Rouillet's world, he ruins everything.
Yeah, it is a distracting negative. So it used to be it was worth the cost of admission, where he's like, run to the left here, Jim, or they're going to try to get behind this guy. And he called the play out exactly as it was because it was the same as was on film when he was playing 6 minutes ago. Now the whole league is turned over. He doesn't know it the same way. So he can't do that anymore. And now it's here we go. Most important play I've ever seen. Yep. It is exhausting. It is the worst. So, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Let's go to Jack in Springfield on Grant and Danny. First feel on the big matchup on Sunday in Baltimore.
Well, fellas, it's going to be a big one without question. First of all, Grant, I got to get something covered for you. It's look, I know what you are.
Yep.
And I know what you're not. Mm-hmm. And you're not an effing cop, okay?
Attaboy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack.
Danny,
can I get one more, please, though, Jack? One more. Can I get what Mrs. Marshall's trying to say is there's a 44th patient?
First of all, what Mrs. Marshall's trying to say is there's a 44th patient, okay?
Yes,
so good.
That's the one.
Okay. All right. Now, you got to give me a little props. I've been calling you guys since 2003. You guys haven't been there that long, but I know you will be in the future. You got to tell my man, when I call, like I called earlier, he's got to bump me at least once because I got to get a little props. You know what I'm saying? I got to have some bragging rights.
I agree with that.
Let me get to my point. Just once. Is that Ryan? Is that young Ryan? Is that the fella?
It is.
He's still on the ropes,
yeah,
you know?
Clary. He's just figuring it all out together.
All right. Well, and I love that. I love him, and I love his casserole, microwave casserole. But anyway, let me get back to this. I think this is going to be the toughest game they might have all year. Here's why. We both know he's amazing. The offense is standing up. The defense is doing what they can. But now they're going to try and catch that quarterback who at his size is almost as fast as the Commanders quarterback, right? So it's going to be a boat race as far as I'm concerned. And the offense, I think, is going to score probably because their D isn't that good. So the offense is going to score probably 24, 26 points. The D has got to step up for the Commanders. If they can pull that off, now here we go, a hot take. I think they might be in the entire conference championship.
It's not outrageous.
See, again, though, it's just now becoming the norm to start thinking this way. And I'm not telling anybody not to, but it's hilarious. It's just funny.
Mm-hmm.
Even after week 2, we were all saying this team's not that good. But that was 3 games ago. And
that's
the
a
world
lifetime ago.
has changed. That's the NFL. Think about the Jets. They fire Robert Saleh this morning. They play the Bills on Sunday. If they beat the Bills, they'll be tied for first place. And the story is going to be, come Tuesday or Wednesday in this league, Jeff Olbricht is the man. Nathaniel Hackett was held back by Saleh.
There's a new energy in the building.
Rodgers is happy again. And look at him smiling as he throws this game-winning touchdown. Everything changes so fast in this league. 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Could go the other way, I guess, technically. But you keep Jaden Daniels healthy. As long as that guy's showing up to the stadium with you, you're going to have a shot.
We're 2 weeks in a day, I think, from right before that opening kickoff when Cincinnati, the whole building was electric and everyone's jumping up and down and bouncing. And I had to scream right next to you, they're going to get mud stomped. And now we're like, they're probably the best team in the league. They're probably the 1 seed.
Ago.
It was 2 weeks in a day.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Next on G&D. I want to take more calls from you guys at 800-636-1067 on your first feels against the Ravens. Also, we'll tell you who's getting booted off the island on Commanders Survivor. Your last chance to vote right now at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. And some things we think coming out of week 5 in the NFL. We're G&D. stretch run of Grant and Danny with you until 6:30 on the Fan. We've got a football team in this town with a bright future. It's time for you to plan yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of this show will help, the law firm Kandori and Murad. They will update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Earl in the update just mentioned the passing of Pat Fisher, the 84-year-old three-time Pro Bowler and a former All-Pro with Washington. He was a Redskin from 1968 to 1977. He was a beloved player. My mom's favorite player, actually. Like I to this day, remember he's number 37 because my mom used to talk about him all the time. My mom was born late 50s, so she would have been, in the teens, I guess, ish, maybe early 20s when he was doing some of his best work for Washington. And that's a fond, really happy memory for her is him laying the lumber. But I texted her or called her today and said, I don't know if you heard this, but she said, one of the hardest hitters, just like all heart. I think players that liked that team, that era, fans rather, yeah. Like he's the player that would stand out or one of them that you just can't not love how he played.
It sort of typified what it meant, right? Just the maybe a bit undersized and maybe a step slower than some, but it's all guts and effort and hard hits. And that guy was a freight train downhill. My dad he was one of my dad's favorite players too. My dad loved Sonny Jurgensen, right around that same
was
era.
My mom's wheelhouse too.
Yeah,
I used to tell you, my mom every time they'd be down like by 15 points when I was a kid or any time in my life,
and 3 words would come up.
She's like,
Sonny could do it.
Exactly.
Actually, I guess it's 4.
It's 4 words. But yeah, Sonny would do it. Sonny could do it. Sonny. I'm like, Sonny's not walking through that door. They're going to lose.
Sonny's up in the booth talking about it.
He's talking with Frank and Sam. Mike Clary, I believe, weighed in as well. Ryan's pops with a little Pat Fisher take.
He did. And I texted him. I was like, hey, like Pat Fisher passed away. I knew it was one of his favorite players. I do believe he owned the Vienna Inn also, which I
owned it.
I believe he owned it. I want to say my dad would know. He did not comment on that earlier on, but I did consume a lot of chili dogs.
Let's check sources on that.
I will. But he did say this, pound for pound, one of the hardest hitters. One note, I believe he was Ron McDowell's godfather as well. He was a great player.
That's from Mike Clary.
That was from Mike Clary.
I didn't know he was Ron McDowell's godfather, who made a couple Pro Bowls in his own right, was a champion here in D.C. While we have Ryan Clary, before he gets back to work, would you mind firing up a little music for me, Darius? That would get Ryan in the mood to explain some things to us. That's right. Big week on the Grant and Danny radio program. And an awesome show today. Austin Eckler killed it. Tomorrow, we got Will Montgomery with a detailed O-line breakdown. I asked him to study the film on Biotish and Allegretti and how the guys are faring up front, what he sees from Brandon Coleman. So good O-line breakdown from Montgomery tomorrow at 3, the former center here in D.C. And we'll have Steve Mariucci on the show at 6 o'clock. I am
Mooch action.
Mooch is one of my favorite guys in football. Love him. We've never had him on the show, I don't think. Maybe a Radio Row at some point.
I think we did Radio Row one time.
Yeah. I don't even know if I count that. It's like a car wash. We like him and like 30 other people interview him that day.
He's like, I want to sit down and tell you about K Jewelers. I'm like, no, the Super Bowl.
But also, let's talk about football.
Yeah.
So he'll be on the show with us tomorrow. It's that kind of time in D.C. when the analysts, we're beating them away with a stick. Louis Riddick begged us to come on today.
He's like, please.
Steve Mariucci was like, guys, I know you want to have other people on, but why not me? Anyway, we need that music again. Sorry, I talked too long.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, have I told you guys that tomorrow we're going to have Steve Mariucci on the show?
Mooch.
Come on, I'm kidding.
Come on, having fun.
Clary, hurricanes, how do they happen?
This is actually a very fascinating answer. As you know, I am the show meteorologist after all. I've been the show meteorologist the last 2 years, so this will be an easy one to explain.
Despite bits along the way, he is actually
the show meteorologist.
I am the show meteorologist. Yep. So this happens in the Atlantic, like basically per ocean, like in the Pacific Ocean, it's a typhoon. I don't really know why. They're all kind of the same thing, a typhoon and a hurricane. A hurricane's for the Atlantic, and so that's why we are here in the United States in the Southeast region here. But it's basically...
That's why we're here, because of hurricanes in the Atlantic.
That's why we're here in the Atlantic, and we're talking about hurricanes.
That's the reason we're here.
That's the reason why we are
here.
But
if not for hurricanes, to be clear, we would not be here.
We would not be here without hurricanes.
Okay.
That is correct. So it is warmer water, kind of down towards the Bermuda, the Bahamas area as well, kind of near that area as well, where it's warmer water that just kind of sits there, and weather systems kind of churn up there easily.
Yep.
And the water just sits there.
Yes, the water does sit there. It is the ocean. And so what happens is with the warmer water comes very bad weather systems.
Right.
And when those weather systems,
there's a big step in there somewhere.
I thought he was killing it for a little while. All right. So
now the ocean is just sitting still the whole time. I feel like that water's moving a little bit, man.
The ocean does move.
Yeah.
There are some tides there.
There's some tides.
So like a current, maybe.
There's a current. No, that doesn't have any effect on hurricanes.
No effect.
No
effect on hurricanes. I can confirm
but
that.
It's just the weather system.
No, it's warmer water that then kind of just churn up these weather systems.
They churn up the weather systems.
And
so the water heats to a certain temperature and it begins?
No. So here's one thing that science, or at least the meteorology school that I went to back in the day, that they don't really want to tell you.
They call that Falls Church High School, home of the Jaguars.
That's true.
Yeah.
They don't tell you this part. You ever heard of the saying, God take the wheel? I think that...
I haven't, actually.
Well, God takes the wheel in hurricanes, I think.
Okay.
And I think that is how these are turned up. Because I don't know how these hurricanes come out of nowhere to be
So your scientific explanation, to be clear, is
God takes the wheel.
God takes it over.
It's not a typhoon. This is why we're here in the Atlantic. The water's there, and then God takes the wheel.
God takes
Those are your 4 steps for hurricanes.
What is the Coriolis effect?
I'll have to look back at my textbook at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's where Oregon State plays, right?
Yeah, that is a great one.
Seriously, though, explain that. Please fire up the music for us, Darius, if you don't mind. As a meteorologist of your stature, you're well aware of.
You and Doug Cameron go to the meteorology
Coriolis
meetings.
effect and the effect that it would have on a hurricane. So go ahead and tell us about a Coriolis effect.
A Coriolis effect is basically just when it's warm water that takes over in the Atlantic, and then all of a sudden it just churns up a big hurricane.
It churns it up. That itself is the effect?
That itself is the effect.
Now, let me ask you this. What about the Gulf of Mexico? That's not the Atlantic.
No, but it's connected with it. So it kind of coincides with the Atlantic there.
Wind speeds? Anything we need to know about wind speeds? We haven't mentioned wind at all, really.
Well, there's hurricane force winds. And so it gets to the point where it is a hurricane. And that's where you'll see kind of more in the inner bands of a hurricane. That it's kind of the worst part of it. So it's right outside the eye there. That is the part where you don't want to be
in the eye, or you don't want to be in the eye?
Well, no, because if you do go through the eye, which the eye will inevitably go through Tampa, unfortunately, they will get the bulk of it because they're getting both sides of the hurricane there. So they're going to have 2 different levels of hurricane force winds. But in that eye, there's no rain and there's no wind there. It is calm.
Wow.
But the reason what makes this storm so special is that I believe there's only a 4-mile radius of this eye, which is very small compared to other major hurricanes.
Interesting.
That just come because the water's there.
The water is there.
Yeah, the water is resting,
warm water's there.
And it's warm.
Warm water.
I've swum in warm water on my vacation before in the summer.
And you were a precursor to a hurricane.
And I was like, oh my God, there's going to be a hurricane because it's like
warm
it's
water.
Warm.
Warm water.
So the Coriolis effect
How
is really
warm,
the
by the
churn. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, around 75, 80 degrees, I believe.
So why doesn't urine turn into a hurricane?
Well, it's because it's not a big enough body of water. It's got to be in an ocean.
So if I had a big enough bath, eventually it would churn because the Coriolis
if it's big
effect?
enough, if it's big enough as the Atlantic Ocean, yeah, good.
Or the Gulf.
Or the Gulf.
Yeah.
So it's just warm up water.
Warm up the water.
In a big old pool.
And you get it.
It's a low pressure system, I believe is what it's.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
If you had any questions, you don't anymore.
Solved.
Next time, all you teachers out there want to teach your students about hurricanes,
he's available for guest lectures.
Just find that audio, and they'll ace that SOL test.
They will be SOL.
I do want to say, while I swallow my smile for a second, we're thinking about our friends in Florida.
Yes, indeed.
That is a serious situation. We bring up hurricanes because they're in the news. They're everywhere the last 2 weeks, but it sounds like a really scary situation.
Yeah, this one, I mean, they're all
Tampa.
scary. This is especially so, apparently. This is as nasty as they come.
I saw it structured to a category 5. Grew again today. So very, very scary. And we'll think about folks that we know and those that we don't in the Tampa, Florida area. Hopefully everyone down there just gets out of there.
Yep.
I don't understand. It's easy for me to say, not having been in that situation, but I cannot relate to someone who doesn't evacuate if they have the means and ability to. I get that sometimes you're not able to, and that's brutal. But there are plenty of people that are told, like, hey, this is going to be bad. You got to leave. And they go, nope, I'm going to be fine. And I'm not casting aspersions as much as I'm saying I have a very different personality where I am afraid, and I have a little thing called anxiety. And when someone tells me to do something, I do it as soon as possible. I don't know, like, where are you on that? Because it's your home. You don't want to leave. You don't want to be inconvenienced. There's a chance that maybe everything's just going to be okay.
There's a skepticism sometimes. It's like, it's not going to be as bad as they say. I think that happens a lot. I know that would happen to, not that my grandparents were down there some years ago. Never, it seems, luckily for a hurricane. But they would always go. I'm at this time. I'm like 79. I'm 80 years old. They've been telling me this is doomsday every day on the news for however many years. Right? Everything is the end. Can apples kill you? Are peaches trying to steal your soul? Like they've dealt with nothing but these alarmist stories forever, so they don't believe anything. I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying I think that's the pathology in some cases.
We will get back to the calls on the Commanders and the Ravens before we say goodbye. We've also still got to tell you who's getting sent home and who's getting immunity in Commanders Survivor. But let's spin you around the NFL. Week 5 is in the books as of Monday Night Football last night. Give you some things that we think. Danny, I'll start. I think the Vikings are for real. They had a Sam Darnold dud. They had an offensive regression in the second half, and they still found a way to win. They are excellent defensively. They are good on special teams. They beat the Jets 23-17 to get to 5-0. They've trailed for less than 3 minutes of football through 5 games. They play, I believe, 3 teams the rest of the way that have 500 records at this point. Minnesota's not going away. They are going to be a playoff team.
I think it's happening, the regression for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You can't just not score ever on offense and have a winning record. I know their defense is great, and it still is. Their defense is awesome. It's probably, in my opinion, the best defense in the NFL. They do everything, but that offense stinks, and it's going to come back and haunt you. They've lost 2 straight because of it.
I think Caleb Williams is figuring it out a little bit. The Bears' offense is looking up week by week. He's getting better week by week. He had his best game. Did you see him at all?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
lit it up. 20 of 29, 304, 2 touchdowns. Very, very sharp outing for the rookie quarterback.
I think if you were going to get some of the best teams in the NFL, you might be missing your chance. Looking at teams like Kansas City, teams like Houston, who haven't played their best football just yet and are combined 9-1 with things starting to roll downhill, right? That avalanche is going to start going, boulders, and the whole thing's going to fall. They look really, 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 really okay with great records with their best football yet to come.
I think I have a new favorite quarterback to watch in the NFL. CJ Stroud. I think CJ Stroud is my guy. I'm not saying he's better than Mahomes or Burrow or Allen or whatever, but I love CJ Stroud. I saw him do an interview with Pat McAfee today. He is just so likable. Everything he's done since he got to Houston has been professional and kind of by the book. He seems like just a genuinely good human being. He's a great player. He's my kind of guy, living in the pocket, making big boy throws. I am a CJ Stroud mark. He might be my favorite quarterback.
Well, remember, his Wonderlic score wasn't that great. So do you think he'll ever be any good?
Well, it was S2 testing.
What was the
bad,
thing?
I think was the issue.
Yeah, so I guess he can't play. So don't even worry about it. Don't even bother watching him. I don't quite get Green Bay as a thing. I think they're good. They're 3-2. They survived not having Jordan Love. They played Minnesota really competitively last week. Made that one really close. They've only won by more than one score once against a really bad Tennessee team. I kind of don't understand them just yet. They're 3-2. They're going to keep getting better, but I don't know that they're good yet, but I feel like they're good. Did that make any sense? I know that it probably didn't, but I don't quite understand them.
I think. It is weird to me how some coach-quarterback interactions are taken differently than others. Bo Nix and Sean Payton were basically separated for screaming at each other on the sideline. And it turned into this, look at this father and son that love each other so much story. Bo Nix, he's such a leader, such a veteran already, yelling at his coach. Like, can you imagine if there were just other guys around the league where if that's Justin Fields and Tomlin or, I don't know, some other situation like Antonio Pierce and Gardner Minshew or something. It's just funny to me how we take some of these. I thought Bo Nix played really well for Denver, by the way. 19 of 27, 206, and a pair of scores this past week. But if you didn't see it, he had this exchange with Peyton on the sideline where they're getting after each other. And it was taken as this fun thing. And I'm like, that's kind of weird how that works.
I think the Chargers and Broncos are going to be playing meaningful football games. We didn't think that maybe a few weeks ago. The Chargers are 2-2. They just had their bye week. Nothing special there. They lost a game to Pittsburgh when Justin Herbert left with injury. They lost by a score to Kansas City, had a lead in that game. Were pretty competitive. They couldn't really move the football and score that well. But Denver's now 3-2. Don't look now, but I think they're going to be playing meaningful football games.
I think he'll never get credit for it because everyone hates his guts. Daniel Jones is playing pretty well right now. Did not have Malik Neighbors this past weekend. Threw for 257 and 2 touchdowns. Lit it up with Darius Slay through the air. Think about that. His receivers that were catching passes in this game were Darius Slayton, E. Gray, whoever that is. I think it's a running back out of the backfield.
Earl Gray.
I'm trying to think of who else caught balls. Wandell Robinson definitely did. Tyrone Tracy. They didn't have their running back. They didn't have their number one wide receiver. They scored 29 points in a win, and Jones didn't turn the ball over. He's playing pretty well the last month.
I think. San Francisco, every once in a while, most of the time, it's basically 12-5, 13-4, really, really good, right? Every once in a while, they have that injury-riddled, nothing seems to be right. They can't get going, 6-10 kind of a season. And we give them the benefit of the doubt because they've earned it. Again, when they're healthy and right, they go to the conference championship, if not the Super Bowl. They've been to 2 in the last 5 years, 4 conference title games at least in the last 5 years as well. This starting to feel a little bit like one of those 6-10 kind of teams where they just can't get going for some reason. And the longer it feels like it's just a weird aberration, it becomes more of a trend.
Those are some things we think around the NFL. We think the Commanders have a gargantuan game against the Ravens coming up on Sunday in Baltimore. We're getting your first thoughts. G is in Arlington. What's up, G? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I apologize for the noise in the background. I think it's 24-17 Commanders. I think the pass rush is going to get after Lamar. And I just want to say that not only are the players responding well to the good coaching, we have a dynamite front office now. We have a winning team again.
Thanks, buddy.
Love it. Appreciate you, dude.
I mean, he went all the way to the score. Forget first feel. Here's what I do know. There should be a ton of confidence right now in the ownership group because they have done a good job to this point. In the front office because they have done a good job to this point. In the quarterback who has been outstanding to this point. And almost every phase of the operation other than maybe the defensive side of the ball, and even that's improving mightily.
Yeah, I'd say the coaching staff's been pretty damn impressive to me, too.
Yeah.
That's all the phases you can be good in, they're good in. Gives you a chance every week. Funny how that works, right?
Weird how you're 4-1.
Yeah.
It's also funny how 4 straight wins makes you feel, too, sometimes.
Yeah.
Now, these are different because these are dominant blowout wins. Let's go to Mike and Clinton on Grant and Danny. What's up?
What's up? You know, Mike and Clinton. Hey, look, we going up Baltimore this weekend, and the score ain't even going to be as close as y'all think. Everybody talking about on the Junkies, B. Mitch and Finley, how we going to stop Baltimore? How Baltimore going to stop us? There's a storm that's forming here. Our sellout, our jersey selling out. The we 155 on scoring. We the best in the league. See, people don't even know the storm is coming around the area. You can feel it. And they don't even know the storm name. But I'm going to tell you the storm name. The storm name is Hurricane Leroy. Leroy is here.
Why Leroy?
Who's Leroy?
Baltimore.
Who is Leroy?
Leroy. This the storm is about to take over the NFL.
But
and
why
Leroy? Talk about it, so I'm going to call back because I can feel it. Leroy is a name you never heard. Leroy, that name you got to feel. Leroy is coming with passion. Leroy is coming to take over this town. And when we go up there and win, and the key to winning is, I think we do better on quarterbacks that don't pick us out the pocket.
Right, but why Leroy? I want to go back to Leroy.
Leroy is my great-granddaddy I never met. And I can feel him. He can feel me. He going to come over the team, man, I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
They're going to come over the team, and we're going to come back to this. I'm going to call y'all back. It's my first time getting in. Thank you for taking the call.
Well, thank you. But you don't want to go with like Hurricane Jaden or Hurricane.
No, it's Hurricane Leroy.
Leroy.
The name Leroy is a bad man, and nobody see it's coming. There's a freight train coming. Ain't nobody going to stop it. Everybody thinking it'll be close. But I'm going to tell you the score. We won 2 weeks ago by 28, won this week by 21. This one may be worse.
Wow.
It's just coming.
Because of the storm.
The storm, Leroy.
Leroy.
The storm, Leroy.
Say it slow. Leroy.
Leroy. How do you spell it?
Coming, and we're going to Leroy.
Several O's.
So there's only one E? that doesn't spell.
It's almost like the
One
French
E.
style, it's like Leroy.
So it's
You
like
gotta have the
la.
one E. You gotta have the one E because you want to say Roy.
Okay, so do it again.
end.
Sorry,
Leroy.
but it's only one E.
When
But
Roy
it's
come, one E.
I'm having a tough time with this.
Three
Okay.
O's and a Y. So when Leroy hit that stadium, everybody think it'll be close. It's not gonna be close. It's not gonna be close. We can do better against quarterback.
You're doing it.
We do better. Recently in the past, a mobile quarterback messes up. But some reason right now,
I'm gonna give you one more chance though. Let's spell it differently. How do you want to spell it?
Leroy. We can put a double E in it to make it a lower Lee, but you gotta have the Roy.
Okay,
Like
so
a
the Roy
The
is
Roy
what's
is the
important.
emphasis.
So why don't we do this? L, 2 little E's, and then capital ROY, Roy, like Leroy.
Okay. So Leroy is coming. And when they hit that stadium up in Baltimore, that Baltimore-Washington Parkway, how we going up that thing and represent, it's over. It's not going to be a close game as everybody thinks. I got 28 to 30-point win.
Wow.
A 30-point win? You imagine if they go up to Baltimore and just Leroy the hell out of them?
I mean, if they Leroy the Ravens by 30 points, we need to just make
They're
sure
Leroying everybody.
The shirt should say Leroy with a 1E. They Leroyed the Cardinals on the road. They Leroyed the Browns at home. They used to get Leroyed all the time. I remember you remember the game where LaRon Landry was jawing with Deshaun Jackson before kickoff?
Of course. He got Leroy Jenkins in
and
that
then
game.
On the first play, he got Leroyed for an 88-yard touchdown to the trib. And then they Leroyed him for 4 straight quarters. Washington used to always
Albert Hainsworth Leroy right on the ground.
Now we're the only Leroys. Let's go to Jay in South Riding. Hello, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, listen. So the Leroy, the Leroy Hurricane Leroy,
Leroy,
is the last dragon. That was his name when the brother got the golden juice and he became Bruce Lee, and his name was Leroy. That was the last dragon. That is Hurricane Leroy. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't, and that's okay. But
do you know?
Check out the movie The Last Dragon.
That is an old school mid-'80s movie when things were different. Yeah, but I remember the reference that the guy at the end. Yeah, he turned. I don't even know where to go from there. I'm so bewildered by this whole Leroy thing.
I have been kind of confused for several minutes, but Jay's my guy. I like that you connected the dots for us as best as you could. It is time to figure out who's getting booted off the island, who's getting immunity right now. Commanders Survivor. Let's see first who's getting immunity. Brian Robinson had immunity going into this week, so he can't get it again after 2 rushing touchdowns. Darius, who do we have?
I believe this gentleman says at the end of his chants, Ric Flair, give me 2 claps. Frankie Louvu gets immunity this week. Congratulations to our, hopefully he'll probably get Defense Player of the Week at this point.
Got a chance. 2.5 sacks.
A lot of big old numbers in those categories.
And a forced fumble recovery. It's give me 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
Oh, there we go. I botched it. I'm sorry.
Because the 2 claps, and then you go, woo, like Ric Flair used to.
There we go. I'll never botch that again, I promise.
Don't you worry about a thing. Ryan Clary. So who is getting sent home?
Who's getting Leroy here?
Sorry, that threw me off there.
Threw
Zach
you off.
Ertz will be the one booted off the island this week.
No.
He is gone.
People have gotten tired of the getting exactly what's there. No yards after the catch, putting a couple balls on the carpet. They weren't happy.
Yeah, few balls should have been caught this past week that were not.
Replay assistants couldn't save him on Commander Survivor.
Yeah.
Big thanks to all of you for listening today. It's been a great show. Louis Riddick was fantastic. Podcast that. Austin Eckler was tremendous. Podcast that. John Carlson was terrific. Podcast that. Tomorrow's show should be really good. We'll get a deep breakdown on the O-line from Will Montgomery at 3. We've got Steve Mariucci to talk Jaden Daniels, Commanders, NFL, Ravens matchup at 6 o'clock. Should be a really good Wednesday program.
We're going to have a whole lot of fun. And everything's fun, by the way, when the team is 4-1 and good.
Yeah,
it's fun to come to work, dude.
I could get used to this. For Darius and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long, and also Leroy.
Thank you for coming.